Recording going. Good evening, ladies, lords, and lasses. It is I, the Deathly Shad, and I am here to welcome you to the Rains of Vitrium, part 27, with my humble co-hosts, Agathar, say hi to the people.
Hello, people.
Percival, say hi to the people.
Hello, people.
Rensois, say hi to the people.
Guten Tag.
Soren, say hi to the people.
Howdy go.
Valen, say hi to the people.
Sally.
Let me update a thing. Alright. Good. That has been updated. And, well... Yep. This is my weekly D&D stream that I stream live on Twitch every Tuesdays. If you want to catch us live there and get both the pre-stream and post-stream, by all means, do so. Check the links down below for the Twitch and for the Discord as well if you want to join us there and say hi to players and other people and make friends and whatnot. And other than that, I believe we shall get into today's episode of the Rains of Vitrium, where we will cover all the little things that the players have done over the past 30 to 40-ish days of downtime that they have accrued in their, puzzle dungeoning. I have acquired a list from everyone, and I have given credence to those as well. And I'm going to call this episode, as we get into it, the Tales of Deepwood. So, firstly, I'm going to start with the lists. Valen, you managed to get some proficiency in cartography tools by learning from a fairly eccentric gnome at the college. Your research into Vuori and Merzian politics yields a few results, but not that many, but not a lot of results because you didn't spend a lot of time doing research, just 4 hours on each. You learn that Mirzai is ran by the 5 debt lords, whose names you already know, and their economy is built on mining and utilization of Zimlite, which is a magical material native to the country that allows non-magic users to use spell-like abilities for any mundane item to attain magical qualities based on the skill of the Zim technician. And that, you would note, is a brackets thing. It is a class, quotation marks.
Alright.
For Vuori, you learn that the king of the country has been the king for roughly 100 plus years, and is known for being really old. Like, well past the age that he should be right now. He rules his kingdom with an iron fist, and his knights are on a constant vigil for necromancers, witches, lycanthropes, and other kinds of creatures that seem to kind of like plague his lands. The only places that seem to not be under his direct influence are the local Barthroname branch, the Crystal Lake, and a place within the Highlands and Plains. A little spot location there, specifically. And that spot, you hear whispers and rumors of a warrior of some renown that kind of like protects that area from the king's influence, known as Abigail the Invulnerable. But with, with that's really all you get from those. As for item searching, go ahead and give me the name and rarity you're looking for. If it's within reason, I'll make a roll. If not, then just pick a different item. The more time you have spent looking for an item, the more likely you are to find it.
Honestly, I was not expecting to have a choice in looking for it, so I will let you know after I figure it out.
Okay, then. I will come back to you about it.
What do you do next? I don't know. I never expected to make it this far.
Fair enough. All right, then. Agathar, you're able to get your weird skull back, but Ariana, tells you that it has some kind of strange resonance with it, unlike anything she has seen before, and she would like to spend more time researching it if you would allow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Because, I mean, yeah, the more we know about this thing, the better. So, yeah,
Okay.
I trust her with it.
All right, then. Your sparring with Lana and Riven is very fruitful, although it is obvious that Lana is more of a bruiser and Riven is more of a single blade specialist. Although you have been kicked in the nuts by Riven,
Fair enough.
he does not fight fair.
I would have definitely matched him blow for blow, so I would try to definitely sleight of hand his necklace off of him during the fight.
Just
What
latch
necklace?
onto his crotch with your teeth and just not let go.
Oh my god.
I just drop his necklace in front of him. Eat this, motherfucker!
It would be better if you eat the necklace and be like, now you gotta wait 6 hours.
Yeah, come and get it.
I got your necklace. I win.
Rensor just walks out of the tavern and just sees Riven sticking his arm into Aggie's throat.
He'll really be Kermit looking then.
All right. The two of them, however, are more than willing to fight with you, and Lana is usually there to heal people back up. As for Gustav, she is more than willing to teach you all about guns and firearms, and even let you try out a few of her other guns, like an assault rifle, her shotgun, which has such a kick to it that it kind of knocks you backwards onto the ground. And she's like, "Ha ha 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 ha! You fell."
Ow!
Your body mass is far too low to be firing a gun with that much kick.
He thinks he could double jump with it.
you probably could, I'll be honest. And I would like you to roll me 3 firearms checks.
Okay.
To see how much progress you make.
Is that
you know what? Just
dexterity, or
shoot
is it...
your gun 3 times. Shoot your gun 3 times.
Okay. Can I use my steady aim for this?
Sure.
Okay, sweet. Firearm. Where is it in my list of attacks? Pistol. Yeah.
Brat.
Nice.
22. Go ahead. Roll again.
That's a witchable pistol. Yeah.
Brat.
Damn.
There's another
21.
one.
Pistol. Yeah.
Brat.
Not as good.
Not as good. Okay. How many hours did you put in?
I put in 70.
70 hours. All right then. I will say that will put you about a third of the way towards proficiency.
Okay.
So you did good. You got more than
Cool.
you got more than you trained for.
Hell yeah.
Lastly, your date with Soifang is very, very lovely. And as for your interaction with Anka, she actually asks if you and everyone else in your party would like to, talk, hang out, discuss things.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I think that's fine if everybody else is up for that.
And I don't have anything against it.
Say again? What's going on?
Anka, Empress of the Sands of Suba, is asking for a meeting with all of you, since Agathar is attempting to ascertain some of her intentions.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna ask Soifang first from her perspective.
Soifang's perspective on her?
Yeah.
Soifang's perspective on Anka is that she believes that Anka is a good person. And it was Anka that actually helped her originally get her revenge on Rainier to begin with.
Cool. Alright, she's good in my books.
According to Soifang, it was Anka who actually led the internal rebellion against Rainier whenever he became emperor after his child was killed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, sweet. Very good to know. But yeah, I mean, even then, after probably informing her, I was kind of hoping. Did I? Oh shit! I didn't put it in there. I guess I would have wanted to find out more about our prince. I guess, like from our last discussion with.
I will save that
Eloise.
for whenever the party says goodbye to the B team.
Okay.
And I will save those farewells for probably next session, assuming I don't have time to get to it this session. I still have a lot to get through.
For sure.
I might be blazing through it, but oh god, I have so much.
Yeah, go for it.
Anyway, so your date with Soyfang's lovely. You know, you have your meeting with Anka. Whenever I'm done with the list, I will get to that, the group meeting, and then after that, I will get to my little additions to your charts. Soren, your time with the Samba Queen, your time with Enwin, my fault, goes well. And the two of you develop your flute skills as well as your flirting and romantic skills. The Samba Queen, once released from prison, doesn't go back to a life of crime from what you can see. Instead, becoming a dance instructor for a local school, teaching various dances that she knows, but most prominently, the Samba.
Yeah, Soren's probably just going to let her do her thing then. He's not going to interfere with that.
She will, however, pull you in for dance lessons.
He'll join in, yeah.
Alright. Another friend acquired. Rensois, you put most of your hours towards alchemy supplies, and you have been doing a lot of your training with Percival and a few other alchemists here and there. So go ahead and roll me a intelligence check, and give me 5 of those.
Just 5 flat intelligence.
Yep.
Okay.
I would say if you're working with Percival, you can make 3 of them with advantage.
3, 4, 5.
Alright, so of the first 3 with advantage, you get a 9, 23, 21, 22, and 13. So I would say you get about 2/3 of the way towards proficiency in alchemy supplies. Sound good?
Sounds litty.
Alrighty then.
Let's see. Let me write it. Where to put this? Thirds.
And you wanted to have an interaction with Garmenthi, and that is going
Against
to
my-
take... And that
Against
is
my
gonna,
better judgment.
And that is going to take a bit of time. So I'm going to continue with my lists, and then I'm going to come back to that. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Percival, your time passes. Progress on the wagon is slow, but it works. And you do speak again to Merwin. Coins are exchanged and secrets traded. I'll DM you later what you're able to get, but that's really all I'm able to say.
That's fine. I'd also like to see if I could peruse some magical accoutrement now that Percy is flush.
That would be a next session thing.
Crud. Alright, fine.
Because you're not flush right now.
Oh.
Keep in mind.
Can I at least check and see if the thing I want is in because I'm expecting to win?
This was before the flushing.
No, this is I had made the bet before we finished the tower. I'm saying like Percy assumes that she.
How many hours are you going to spend searching for this? And what are you searching for?
I would assume she doesn't. She's pretty sure that the item in question is not going to be available and is going to be out of her price range, but she's willing to peek around at least, and probably like a day. So like, spend a day shopping around.
So
like,
roughly 4 hours.
4.
That's about all.
8. 8 hours.
8 hours?
Would
Okay,
be-
okay.
8 hours is like a whole ass day.
Okay,
It's a
then across a couple days, because keep in mind you're going into the puzzle dungeon, you're sleeping, and this is like the 4 hours in between of like extra downtime. So it's like you have 2 days worth of searching. Sure.
And Percy is looking for a staff of power.
A staff of power.
I can hear it in your voice, just how much you don't want me to have that.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna open roll this. It's D100.
What do I have to get?
You have to get a 1 or a 100
Oh, okay.
because of
Would
the
that make
rarity.
so?
Because of the
here's
rarity of the item and how long you spend looking for it.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Here's a question.
Yeah,
If it
what?
falls on 100, I can afford it.
How much money
If
do
it-
you have?
At the end of this, 45,000.
Okay, but it will take all your money.
All of it.
Ah, but it's not even 100.
Well, of course it isn't. You rolled it.
What's that?
Well, you know what? Fine, fuck it. Go ahead, you roll it.
You play with you tempt too much.
Increasing
Shad.
the odds.
Yeah,
Do
no,
it.
I have rolled 100s on things before, but I probably won't right now. But here it is. Ha!
That's
Damn!
close.
Not even
One
100.
of one of my portents is a 1.
Oh, that doesn't count. I know it doesn't.
I'm
But
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure you're real sorry with the 1 in 100 chance, 2 in 100 chance. I'm sorry.
I said that's how we do shiny rolls in PTU. So I just got a whole lot of flashbacks to
All right.
shiny hunting a
I'm just
shiny
gonna say,
venereal.
in the Saturday game, I had like a 0.1 chance to get a healthy gunstripe serpent, and I rolled that 100 in quest about shit himself.
Yeah, I know. I know. It would have been fine. All right
It
then.
was
So
amazing.
that is that. Those are the lists done. Next up, we're going to have that big interaction with Anka. So the 5 of you gather up and you make your way towards a small cafe on the outskirts, towards the outskirts of the town. It is a fairly, well-off place. It's got some. It's a fancy diner. The name of it is the Silver Inn. The Silver Day Inn is the name of this place. And you see Anka currently seated on the outside of it at a little table that has 5 other chairs around it. It's a nice round table. She is currently sipping on a glass of water and is wearing a very lovely red dress. And it matches her yellow fur with the blue patterning. So, with that in mind, do you guys want to say or talk amongst yourselves a little bit before arriving, or what?
Is she trying to vibe for our attention now? Get us to do something else? I don't know.
Really just kind of more suss out her vibe. From what I've been told, she's on level, but
By who?
Well, Soyfane.
Ah, yes, the woman who continually
She,
breaks
Nope.
and enters into private property.
yeah, but I do the same now. So, well,
Yes.
do I?
Yes, you do.
Ponders. I guess I do.
Oh, well, that makes it better.
But it's like, look, anyway, she knows her better than anybody. So I figured this is a good way for us to get to know her and be on her good side. Because, she wants Viore, and I know we already kind of have plans for Viore, but maybe we can compromise?
Plans for Viore.
Yeah, because the prince that we gotta install. So she has things that can be brought on the table that he doesn't have, like taking care of the undead. That's a major issue over there. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we can try to arrange for them to meet?
just giving you like a flat, not like a glare, but a stare. Don't recall. I do believe I did say something along the lines of, yes, we will help at some point.
Yeah, so might as well, roll some, get some stuff in motion while we have to do other things.
I
Wait,
suppose.
Yeah, I mean, things are bad over there, so we have an opportunity to really make some difference.
Well,
All right.
I have nothing else to say on the subject.
Okay, then. So, the 5 of you make your way forward. She raises her glass of water to each of you. Wonderful to see all of you. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting of the minds, so to speak. She takes a drink from her water. Please.
Thank you for having us.
Please, feel free to have a seat. I am quietly anticipating the more business aspects of this meeting of ours.
Right.
Of course, thank you. And he will hop up in his seat.
All
So-
right.
Suit.
Soren will sit down and just kind of like nod towards her and say, "Her Majesty."
That makes me happy to hear.
Or like a thumbs up.
You can see it written on Percy's face. She wants to be some contradictive bitch. It's like, I don't recall the last time I heard you ruled anything was, what, centuries ago? What do you rule now? Not very royal.
Oh my God.
I don't
The
say.
only thing you are royal is a royal pain in my ass.
All right then. As each of you take a seat, she gives you each a small nod, drinks from her water. So, down to business, I would suppose. A moment, if you would. She caresses one of the rings along her fingers and twists it as you feel your ears pop a bit, and there's a sudden silence to everything.
Is this similar to the item that Eloise used?
Yes.
Eloise is a queen. Sorry, guys.
Don't tell her that. You thought my ego was big.
Thank you. Now that we are not going to be disturbed, I assume that Agathar and Soren have both delivered my request to the other 3 of you. That if you were to, say, assist me in attaining a kingdom of my own, that I would be more than happy to help you with whatever endeavors you require. Provided they are of my interest as well.
So, we get you a kingdom, riches, and land to own, and we get a maybe.
Well, not exactly a maybe. More along the lines of, so long as what you're asking for is not something that will start a war with another country, unless that country is already at war with me, or performing actions that I deem unsightly. Or you're not
Right.
asking me to become a tyrant of my own. Yes.
Oh, we wouldn't want that.
Yeah, we already have too many tyrants to deal with right now.
It's amazing how many of them there are, truly.
Well, if it will help any of you feel a bit better, my recently acquired wife and I are positioning ourselves within the city of Zafari up in Xanadu. A quaint little town that I have come rather enraptured with recently. A lovely little post for me to live within for the moment.
You can hear Agathar's thoughts. It'd be like, shit! She's already taken! But it just, still has the smile. Recently acquired. Congratulations.
How do you acquire a wife like an object?
I don't see what you mean. The marriage between myself and my wife was of mutual interest, mutual benefit, and I believe she approached me first about it, or no, my mother did.
Ah, yes, gold digger.
I
Are you
wouldn't
going to give us
necessarily.
a name or going to assume who it is?
Oh. My wife's name is Flair.
Huh. I think that rings a bell. Do we know a Flair?
I personally don't.
Roll history.
Oh.
Oh, hey.
I don't wanna.
Flair?
I don't give a shit.
Percy is indifferent.
All right.
14. I actually have
14,
a bit
22.
Oh.
Nope.
I think that was Francois, you're sitting there and you're like, wait a minute, wasn't that like somewhere near the name of that one person who was like at the bar whenever like the table disintegrated?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, they acquired them like in a Pokeball. So you want us to get all the legwork and install you as a monarch, and we get a favor.
A favor from a queen. And a favor from a queen, yes.
Right. So what's to stop me from overthrowing a monarchy and installing myself as a monarchy and giving myself a favor as the queen?
Oh, as intelligent as you are, I'm afraid to say you do not have the proper, shall we say, aura about you.
Your
I
think
vibes are off.
Percy slaps
Have you
a hand on
considered
the
a
table.
vibe check?
Slaps a hand on the table and sits up. Oh, and you do.
Yes.
I think the aura you're exuding is more a visual effect rather than one of substance.
I believe Percival has plenty of aura about her.
Yes. Aura indeed, but not the right kind.
You don't have rackets, aura, rackets.
Yes, well.
Your Hakai isn't in full.
Well, if I am to know anything about the monarchies and how they have functioned in the past, it doesn't take quite much. She settles back into her seat. So if I lack that particular aura, it is of no circumstance.
Also can't be doing worse than some of the current leaders.
Yes, but I have a question for you, Percival. How would you deal with the current undead problem that is plaguing Vuori?
Leans back in her chair. Well, if I were to be, say, taking the place of the current Lord and Lady, we would first take what information is available and assess the situation.
The information available is that there is a city that has been, well, placed atop another city that used to be there. And that city is expunging all sorts of undead creations and abominations, and a strain of infection that causes bodies to be warped and mutated.
Okay. So it's a city built on a burial ground.
More than just a burial ground. However, that information is top secret, apparently.
It doesn't sound like it. If the undead are swarming towns and attacking indiscriminately, it sounds like pretty privy information to anyone who has eyes and ears.
Oh no, I'm referring to the origins of the city.
Is that so?
Yes.
You haven't told me, so I have about as much information as anyone else. But you're asking how I would handle it.
Yes. How would you handle it?
Well, first you must assess how valuable the current city on top of the ancient one is worth.
The current city is a dead one. No one lives there anymore.
And figure out what it is that is making the undead restless rather than swathing through and killing as many as possible, because clearly that hasn't done anything.
Undead of that nature probably have a lich or some other kind of central control system deep within the thing beneath that city.
If there is a lich, an intelligent lich, living underneath the city, I would say it is in their best interest to continue attacking and luring people into that tower to feed their phylactery. I would strategically say the best course of action would be to quarantine the area. Force the lich to make a move outside of his normal parameters and then gauge and understand from there. If it is not a lich and is a sourceless energy that has something to do with a more primal gate, and say to the negative energy plane, that would be more a factor of finding the tear and sealing it, and so on and so forth. There are many possibilities. That is one.
I have a question.
I've been given all but 3 phrases on what has been going on there, and working on very little.
And you've done well for yourself. It is a fine thing that you have stated. They have already quarantined the city. The quarantine does not work. That infection seems to spread throughout the land itself. The only places remaining untouched are the various forests that are under the protection of those that the king deems unsavory. That and the hinterlands.
If I recall, the hinterlands are quite a big swath of that country.
Yes. But I'm talking about a very specific aspect of those hinterlands.
I'm aware. Again, mutations, diseases, things of that manner. The people who are currently taking care of that situation are superstitious. They will not go at it from an academic standpoint, and therefore very little will be learned. And that way, I can't give you a very good explanation on how to take care of it next.
Well, allow me to tell you how I would handle it.
Oh, please. I'm certain you know much more about what's going on there.
I know about undead. I know how to control them, how to wrestle control from lesser creatures and lesser undead.
Okay.
I have already been experimenting a little bit these past few days with making my way into the undead city itself, and I have had quite the amount of success.
Alright.
So, I already know that I can wrestle control of these abominations from their master. Quite easily at that.
Yes, you've stated that you've taken far more time into the situation than I have in the last 13 minutes. Good on you.
And that is why I would seek to become the empress of that country.
Just kind of laughs at them.
Hector's head is in his hands. This is already fucking
Soren's
backfired.
kind of like just got his like head down, just kind of like his eyes closed at this moment. He's like, Percy, why do you have to be so argumentative? He doesn't say that aloud.
I'm born this way.
I want problems always.
Choosing violence is as easy as breathing.
It is my default.
Chaos is my
I did not
nature.
choose violence. The violence chose me.
So,
Nature is good.
so, Anka surprisingly seems very nonplussed about all of Percy's needling. She's just like, okay, fine, you can be that way. I don't really care. It doesn't affect me. And she's just going to give a small shrug. Fine then. How does 100,000 gold sound to you?
I mean, you gave us 50,000 for punching your brother so hard he turned to dust, and now you want us to make you a queen. I believe one is more difficult than the other.
Yes, suppose that is true. It is a doubling of
600,000.
price. 100,000 gold pieces is quite a lot, isn't it?
It's a bit, but it could be more. For this, I would request 600,000.
I don't want to bankrupt the new kingdom. I hear it is quite poor indeed. How about I counter with 150,000?
400.
200,000.
I'm going to have to stick with 400,000.
A
And
spot
I'm
of
going
spot
to
of land
have
of a spot of land for 50,000.
It's like every single time that Percy kind of like keeps going above 400,000, there's just kind of like an audible sigh coming from Soren.
You got something to say it.
Oh no, it looks like you got things well in hand.
I will counter with 200,000. That is as far as I'm going to go in gold pricing. And
Alright.
how about a patch of land as well?
How big a
Fine.
patch?
I would say 20 acres.
Untaxed.
Sure.
Well, if
However-
we can pull off this.
However, things going into the land will be taxed.
Frowns. Fine. Fine. Leans back into her chair.
because like the hands just like run off of his face.
What? I value your time.
I know, but you just gotta make enemies out of everybody.
Worry not.
We were.
I'll consider that her favor.
Just Percy's face falls a little. It's like, so I get 200,000 on a patch of land untaxed by the government.
We all get a favor?
Yes, you would each get a favor. After all, you did.
I am good with my favor. Yes.
You son of a bitch.
People are choking on themselves and shit.
However, I apologize when I have to say, because of your compatriot here, gold is off the table, as well as land.
When Anka says that she has a favor, that she'll give a favor to anybody, that kind of, Soren kind of like just kind of visibly reacts to that one. And he says, I might have a favor to ask of you with that when, or else, if this is all said and done, but I'll wait until we're done with the whole thing before I entertain that thought. It would merely be information.
What information would you like?
I'm looking for I can't really say a specific weapon, but I'm looking for information on a type of weapon that might guide me to what I'm looking for.
She gives you a go on gesture.
He reaches down to his left side and unties Hidari from his belt, and while keeping it in the sheath, he places it on the table and says, "It's something that'll go along with this darling little implement right here."
You see her eyes. You see her eyebrow quirk. And she gives a small smirk. Oh, I didn't think they made these anymore.
I have always thought that they were only special in the sense that they were possibly heirlooms from from a sensei, but I'm starting to learn that there's a lot more to them than meets the eye. My other blade has awakened. This one has not.
You know, I can be a bit of a sporting fellow. She reaches forward and places a finger on your blade. She draws it across the table to herself. Do you let it happen?
So, what does she put on the table?
She's putting her finger on your sword, pulling it towards her.
He kind of hesitates a little bit, but he says, "I'd like it back, of course," he says with a smile.
It is not mine to take. I'm not seeking to steal your property.
It was a joke, but sure, go ahead.
She pulls it over to her. She picks it up, flips it around, and draws the blade from its sheath just a little bit to look at it. Ah, yes. I heard of these. You say your other has awakened? The sister sword to this pair?
It has. And it awakened due to due to another weapon that we found in your brother's temple. Kinda ate it. She appeared to be hungry.
Seems as if you require another artifact of some power in order to awaken a blade like this. She clicks it back closed.
Hey,
And
that's the gist of it.
and she places it back on the table and slides it back over.
He takes it and ties it back to his belt.
Yeah,
Long
Mike's side did
ago.
something Ooh, sorry.
Long ago, a woman came to the lands of Suba. A smith of some renown. Someone that, well, I believe under duress, they took an apprentice. My parents at the time were... they were not very kindly people. Not like the woman you see before yourself today.
Does Percy audibly do that?
Maybe a little.
She
he
doesn't
he
mind.
kind like his eyes just kind of like shift over to Percival for a second. He says, "Don't mind her."
So yeah, Renswell gives her like the tiny like foot nudge, like be polite.
She makes a scrunched up face and like does that thing where you sink into your shoulders and like roll your elbows, just like grump.
At any rate, there was a smith who came to the lands, and they taught us of a very peculiar way of making artifacts of some power, in which you take apart a person and you forge them, body, mind, and soul, into a blade. A weapon of supreme power.
So Soren's
weapon-
kind of had a smile. The Soren's kind of had a smile up until this point, but when she starts going through this process, it sort of starts to disappear.
This weapon, however, is not one that bears her or her apprentice's mark, but a different mark of a different smith. I believe I have only just recently heard of this smith, although this blade appears to be far older than the book that carried the name. It's a strange thing. Tell me, does the name Ishtar mean anything to you?
Does it? Can I roll a history?
You may, but even on a natural 20, you will get no resonant answer.
Okay. Well, it's good I rolled a 9 then.
Yeah.
So he shakes his head.
You see, when I first awoke here in this land, and I was brought back by a peculiar group of individuals, I went into that college over there, and I perused their books, their library, and I read of a world in which, well, there were islands in the sky, and of a great war between these people and a man by the name of Ishtar. Ishtar the Transcendent, they called him. A smith that would take people and forge them into blades. More specifically, kitsune. And he forged so many blades that he drove their race to extinction.
His, like when she mentions kitsune, he kind of like his brow just like kind of like visibly furrows.
Sorry, what?
When she mentions kitsune, his brow visibly furrows. Like there's like a slight start when she says that.
She nods. You can see as to why this individual is a bit of an issue.
He nods, like almost gravely, and he says, "Is there on the chance that we were to come across any of these weapons, if they exist, is there any way to free the spirit from the blade?"
Sadly, according to their historical records, there was only one individual that could unmake these weapons. Oddly enough, that smith vanished.
What was his name, or their name? And then he shakes his head after he says it and goes, "I'm sorry. Is this counting as my favor?"
This is. But
It's
considering the nature of your request and the nature of the two blades you carry, which are seeming to be soul blades. I will consider this to not consume your favor.
I appreciate that. So, I'd like to learn the name of this smith, if possible. If that's going to count towards my favor, then it can wait until we reach a decision regarding this. But you've already told me a lot.
I can give
And
you
I
the name of
appreciate
the
that.
smith. It is of no consequence. The last remaining smith that could both forge these blades. She taps the blade. She taps Hidorida twice. And thus, the only smith capable of unmaking them is Sybil Haklari Limri.
And they still live to this day?
They might. I don't know. All I know is that we don't have sky islands in this world.
We don't. Thank you, Your Highness. I appreciate your candidness.
I appreciate you bringing me a piece of history.
There's a lot more history to these blades than I originally thought. I practically carry history itself on me belt. Gives me new respect for these weapons.
Yes, as it should.
And he leans back in his chair again and he goes, "Apologies for taking up the time of everybody here."
Sorry, what?
He leans back in his chair and he says, "My apologies for taking up the time of everybody here."
You're fine.
Hardly.
But now he just kind of like starts looking pensive and thoughtful at the information he's just received. And that's basically his... He basically doesn't continue on.
Well, you may continue. If you have any other questions for me.
Is he saying this to Soren specifically?
To everyone.
I'll have to hold on to my paper. I don't even know what I want. What I really want is stuff I'm already working towards, so I can't really think of anything at the current moment.
Well, then I simply have to request, or I simply have only one thing left to ask for the 5 of you. Are you going to aid me in my bid for the throne?
Look, I look at the others kind of nervously, like, oh my god, we're really making this decision right now.
You just want
Renslaw
the
also
throne,
kind
yes.
of looks over to Percival and just kind of quirks an eyebrow of, well, what do you, a sort of like, well, what do you think type gesture.
You want us to remove the old monarchy so you can take its place.
Not merely to take its place. I seek to improve life for all of the Viorian citizens, and to sweep away the scourge that lies beneath this necropolis, or so they say.
I kind of lean close to the others. We should really talk to Eloise about this.
We should really speak to Master Mel about this, is what we should do.
Why Mel? I mean,
Oh.
I don't think she'll care as long as we get that Archmage rings.
Well, let's just say I have my own suspicions from what I've seen in those visions.
Okay.
How about we do a sort of will she, won't she sort of situation where if the task is complete, we can consider the deal struck, and if not, well, we are but a group of small-time adventurers.
Small-time adventurers that are able to cast Tier 5 magic. That is hardly small time.
I have met more than 11 people who are throwing around some of the highest tier magics. I don't know how incredible one can see us as.
She's not wrong.
Most of the students in that college over there will not achieve above Tier 3. And they will be content
None of the
with
students
such.
over there will ever make it to the top of that tower either.
I'm supposing not. But
Oh, I guess
Don't-
technically
Rensois
I
will
am.
actually. Rensois will
don't.
actually shudder for a second. Do you think? In turn, oh gods. Do you think now that she has her sanity, she'll fix the upper floors?
Oh, she doesn't have her sanity yet, remember?
Yeah, but this isn't.
Oh,
This
right.
is more-
Yeah,
This is in the past. Shit.
yeah,
Well,
that's
this is
still in the past.
Percy's smug enough to be like, we'll make it to the top, isn't the problem.
Yeah, but Agatha now has a thought. I was like, oh wait, I'm a student. Oh, technically, I'm a student. I'll be able to do it.
Think of it, Agatha, you'll be graduating very soon.
Huh? How about that?
One of, like, 5.
Hmm.
Yeah, like 4 or 5.
And the others are all her children.
Yeah, well, the others again, those guys did it alone. I kind of in a group, so I don't know how. Never mind. He just looks away.
A win is a win. I don't think anyone cares by how much.
Should we? This is a huge decision, and there are things in play for Viore as well that we're also sort of a part of. Would it be okay if we got back to you tomorrow after a meeting with everyone involved?
You have my ring. You can speak to me at any time.
Soren pats his pocket and says, "Like, I still got it."
Awesome. Thank you for your patience.
One has to have patience as a ruler. In the meantime, I am going to return to Zavari with my wife. I believe she's in the middle of constructing a golem at the moment and shall require a bit of R&R.
And this is where Percy gets the idea for the unseen servants. Perking up and writing something down. That's not a bad idea.
What are you writing?
Recipes, what do you want?
Oh, can I get a can I get a number 5 and
Extra large, extra dip.
extra dip?
Alright
chip.
then. So that is that. I believe you guys can have a small conversation with with
B-team.
yeah, Eloise and others.
Yeah, we need to tell them about this right a fucking way.
I get Ellie alone.
You get Eloise alone.
The fewer
Ooh.
people who are witnessing this, the less outrage.
Oh no. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay then. So Percival, you meet with Eloise. Go ahead.
I bring her to a room, and she is ambushed by all of us being there at the same time. And it's like, this is your intervention.
Oh.
We would like to have a conversation. Have a seat.
Okay. What's this about? She'll say. She kind of like takes a seat and very nervously pulls out a teapot and just starts to, brew herself some tea.
It's about Viore.
I spike her tea with coffee.
And what about it?
I know you have your option of a replacement ruler, but I think we found I think we found someone who would be a better replacement.
A better replacement.
One not
Yeah.
related to the dictator.
Yeah. She has, well, a lot of experience with ruling a country, so.
Uh-huh.
And she can deal with the undead problem.
Well, personally
And
speaking, it doesn't really matter as much to me who does or doesn't sit on the throne, so long as that current ruler is not going to be, and Sorry. Ah, fuck, I'm still in honka mode. So long as that current ruler isn't going to be, and well, she kind of like pushes her glasses up on her nose, and so long as that person's gonna, you know, let people live their lives.
Yeah, we've gone through a little bit of our own background check on her, and we surmise that she's gonna be a fair.
Percy's just kind of got a smirk on her face, like your background check was a woman made of squirrels.
She nods. I'd like to meet this woman you have in mind before I settle on anything else.
I think we can arrange that.
And I'll have to, speak to the prince as well. I think
Good.
that so long as his father is still alive at the end of it, that the prince is more than fine to move on, if better rulership can be found.
As long as he's alive?
The prince doesn't want his father to be killed.
Oh. We can discuss. For sure, yeah. I think that's...
Him being
Oh,
deposed
reasonable.
of the throne is one thing, but it's still his father.
when she says that, Agatha, there's just this look of he understands that statement but does not agree with it. Like, I get it.
If you guys would like, you can roll an insight.
Yeah, if you want to roll an insight on your boy Aggie.
I mean, on Eloise.
Oh, that
Ellie
too.
rolls a 1.
Ellie rolls a 1. Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Fuck you.
She feels that tug as she falters. Because she's also a divination wizard.
Yeah. She falters in her emotions. All of you get the sense that just because the prince wants it doesn't mean Eloise is gonna let it happen.
There is a you can all see in real time as you all see this on Ellie's face the Grinch grin on Percy grow in the background
As she looks at her teacup, glares at Percival and goes, "That was not fair, Percival."
Speak your mind or don't speak at all.
I don't intend on letting the king live for very long. She
Trust me.
finishes pouring her tea
Oh,
before she
trust me.
sets it down.
He kind of like goes a little hush hush, like, trust me, we can leave him alive for like a day, and I know someone who'll, make him disappear the next.
Just looks at you indignantly like, you're trusting the squirrels, huh?
Don't the squirrels have bounty on
If
you?
the squirrel wanted you to stop living, she would have done it already.
The sentient pile of squirrels that's been dating our necromancer.
Shut it.
Absolute no fucking chill.
Like remind the party that squirrels are extinct now because of that. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Agathar is the next Ishtar.
Oh no.
She's gonna fold her arms and just kind of like look at you. That wasn't very nice. I'm sure it's a fine pile of squirrels you're dating.
He gives Percy a glare.
It has a sort of like shrug with a dumb dopey grin. What?
He rolls his eyes. It's more than that, but look, that's not the point. I know people like him. Hell, my parents were like him. And so a monster's a monster, no matter if you're related to them or not.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't feel bad for wanting that.
I understand. The way I see it, it's his father, his decision, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to just continue to let things be as they are.
As long as we change that country for the better, I'm fine with it.
I will meet with this woman. I'll talk to her myself alone. And I will
Oh, you're going to
decide.
love her.
Her name is Anka, Empress of the Sands of Suba.
I've never heard of Suba.
It's
Old.
Complicated.
before books.
Before books here.
I don't
Here.
really like that idea, but that's fine. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Thank you. I'll send her a message soon.
Actually, that won't be necessary. If you ever want to talk to her, just let me know. I have a direct line, as it were.
Then I would like to talk to her as soon as I can.
Alright. You want to do it now?
Yeah. The sooner the
Alrighty.
better.
Alrighty. He digs into his pocket, and he has to put the ring on, right? Like he has to actually wear the ring to collar, or
yes.
just hold it. Okay. He puts the ring on, and he says, Empress Anka?
Yes, dearie.
I jump out of my seat.
Are you willing to have that conversation now? It appears that she's willing to have it now if you want it.
Sure. I have not reached where I'm going yet. I am
Alright,
more
where do
than
you want to
open.
meet?
I'll meet her at that quaint little bar, the one with the no name.
Alrighty. Can everybody else hear this, or is it just Soren?
Just you.
Alrighty. Whenever you're ready, then we'll be in the bar.
Of course. And
Thank you.
yes, and she does arrive, and the two of them do have their meeting, and Anka walks out looking a lot happier as Eloise comes out, kind of like
Not so happy.
she kind of like tips her glass. She kind of like pushes her glasses up her nose, adjusts her hat. Well, me and her have had our conversation. I will back her bid.
Okay.
Well then. That was easier than I thought it would be.
I'm not
So-
attached to the prince becoming the king of a country.
That's a relief. You made it sound like that was option one.
It was. But a better option did come along.
Good.
So, what do you think of her? Not you, Percy.
Oh.
She's interesting, arrogant, self-centered, full of herself, but there's kindness there. I could read that much. She's pomp and circumstance.
That she is.
Mhm. Well, if you have her bid, then I think we do as well.
It seems as if we are all in agreement. And then she checks a pocket watch and says, I need to go for the moment. Percival, I'll see you in 2 days' time.
Very well.
And with that, she goes. She leaves. And now we end that. And we come to the more personalized section.
Oh, Tito.
I'm
Who's
in
getting
danger.
Who's getting
So
it first?
scared right now. I am not ready for this.
Of course you are. No one is. So, I am going to start with Soren. Let's start with you first, buddy.
Oh no.
Yay, I'm in danger.
Now, I have quite a few different interactions that I would love to have with you, but I'm only going to give you one.
Okay.
So- I'm going to random roll which one it is.
Okay.
Pray for him.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay. So, Soren,
Okay.
you are currently resting, meditating, really. After a long day of going through that arduous puzzle dungeon. And while you're meditating, roll me a wisdom check.
Wisdom check. You know, roll 20. We got to talk about
Every
this
time
again.
he's in danger.
Nice. So, with a 10, you are resting there. On your knees, arms folded across your waist, meditating. And then you feel a breeze upon your skin. What do you do?
He opens his eyes.
You find
And-
yourself atop a large grassy field. Before you is endless sky, and about 10 feet away from you is an edge. And beyond that is a black void of nothingness, an abyss that leads down, down, down. You look right. You see that this edge continues onwards as it spirals and turns and twists into what appears to be an island. You look left and you see more of that same twisting, turning, winding edge until it disappears into an island as well. Standing up and turning around, you see that there's this large island behind you. As I adjust music.
Congratulations, we're back in Skyships and Magic.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
I don't know what magic item to look for. I have a list, and I don't have the gold.
Before you is a flatland that extends outwards, and about, I want to say, 50 feet ahead of you is this wood. This wood of nothing but cherry trees in full bloom. These beautiful pink and white petals just flittering down from their treetops onto the ground below, covering it in a blanket of blossoms. There are mountains. There are these temples built in on the sides of them that you can just barely make out in the distance. And ahead of you, in the center of this wood of cherry trees, is a torii, a large red gate that has been just slammed right there in the center of it. And beyond that is a stairway leading up to a temple. What do you do?
So to the left and the right are two separate islands, right?
No, it is all one continuous island. Like it's just one big ass island. What you're
Oh, okay,
looking
okay.
when you look to your right and left, you see the edge of that island circling around into the distance.
Okay. I misunderstood then. Okay. So how far away is this gate?
I want to say about 200 feet away. It's not that far.
And does this land look familiar to Soren?
Nope.
He's gonna approach the gate slowly. Are his weapons with him?
Nope.
Right, he's going to approach the gate slowly.
All right. You approach the gate, and the closer you get, the more the more the scent of blossoms kind of like fills your nostrils. You can kind of like just feel the wind blowing through the area. And you approach the gate with no issue, stepping upon these soft cherry blossoms. The blossoms themselves are actually a little bit slippy from just how many there are. But beneath them, as you kind of like move forward, you can actually see a pathway leading through the gate and to the stairs themselves. What do you do?
Is there any signage on the gate?
Nope.
It's just a gate with no indicator or anything. It's just there.
It is just a gate.
He's going to try like knocking on the gate.
No, like okay. I don't know if you've ever seen a torii gate, but a torii gate is just basically a large arch
Looks
with
like
okay,
a open
okay.
center.
Okay. So yeah, okay, he's gonna step through the gate then. I'm sorry. Every time I hear the term gate, I think like doors, like big, massive doors.
No.
All right, yeah.
All right, you
Okay.
step through the gate, and you begin making your way up the stairs.
He's looking left and right. Is there anything like before the stairs on the? I'm assuming this is like the floor level of the mountain.
Yes. And to the left and the right, there's nothing here at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, he's gonna start climbing. Curiosity is getting the better of him.
All right. Climbing up the stairs, it's not that high of a climb. I would say it's roughly 600 feet of climbing. But you make your way up these stone steps that have been carved in this mountainside, and you find yourself at the very top of it all. In front of this temple. It's made out of wood. It has a paper door slat right there in the front of it. And what's your passive perception?
Passive perception is 17.
All right. From inside you can hear, no. This is not right. This is not right at all. This is no. He's God. Why can't I do hands?
Does the voice sound familiar?
Yes. It is Migi.
He slowly steps in. Is she facing away or is she facing towards?
You open the door, and inside this room is just art. Art everywhere. And it is all various ship arts of both Soren and miscellaneous individuals, Rensois and Percival, except in one of the arts, Rensois is really tall and is like carrying Percival like a baby. Has a cradle.
Don't hate this at all.
Oh,
sorry.
Tall Swa.
Mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry.
And you see Soren with Samba Queen dancing. You see Soren with Eloise. You see Soren with Agathar. You see Soren with Rensois, except that one has like a big X crossed out of it. You see Soren with Percival, except that one has a big X crossed out of it. You see Soren with Regina, except that one has a big X crossed out of it. And these are all like very high quality arts, except like in the one where it's Soren and Agathar, Soren has like yaoi hands as he's like holding Agathar from behind.
Are you holding Agatha from behind?
Yeah, because he's bigger.
I know what yaoi hands are.
Oh my god. I figured it would be the moment that we had at the oh no, that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I know, right? And then you see Agathar and Bell, Agathar and Soifang. Like pretty much any kind of ship that you could make between any two characters, it's there on these walls.
Oh my god.
And you see that she's currently I would
Agathar and
say
Valen.
Yep, Agathar and Valen is there too. That one has Agathar kind of like choking Valen, but Valen has a blush to him. Doug's in the background watching. And then she's currently seated there, like looking away from you, currently drawing, sketching away, quickly. And she looks to be around 20-ish years of age. She has 4 tails behind her. Her fur is black and silver, and they're currently just like flicking agitatedly. As she's kind of just like, scribbling away, just like, I can't get these hands right. Why are hands so hard to draw? Her tail slump. Her ears flump as well.
Is she facing away from Soren?
She's facing away.
He kind of hears her and just kind of like knocks on the door frame a little bit to get her attention.
Her ears perk up. Her tails go ramrod straight, and she's like, oh no. You see all the art, don't you?
He smiles and chuckles and goes, I do, but I can kind of mimic the complaint about hands. They're not easy to do.
She turns around, she's like, I know, right? And you see that she's currently wearing a pair of like circular horn rim circular glasses that are just like on her muzzle, resting up against her face, with like a couple pieces of string that kind of like connect around her ears to hold it there, and she kind of just like pushes up onto herself, and she's like, I know, right? Like, they're just like the hardest thing to draw, and you're not mad about the various ship pieces.
He looks around at him and says, "No, no, I'm not. It's actually quite looking good."
Huh. Okay, well, at least there's that. It's kind of awkward sometimes. Anyway, she stands up, and you see that she's currently wearing a traditional-looking kimono with a kind of like an elegant green main color with some light silver tracings along it. That kind of like really complements her fur coloration a bit. Her eyes are these steel blue, and she gives you a smile. Ha! Yeah. So you're here now. I think I pulled you in here on accident because I was in the middle of nothing in particular, she says, just very casually, just like taking her foot and scooting what she was working on away a little bit.
Does this need an insight check?
No.
I should.
He basically he smiles at her and he says, "You can tell me what it is if you want. I'm kind of interested to see, actually. I will not judge you for it."
May I need a persuasion check for that one?
That's not his. Yeah, it continues.
She just kind of like holds her hands. She just kind of holds her hands. Like, no, it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. Just don't worry about it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's nothing that you wouldn't approve of. Probably. Her tails just flick down and just flip over what she was working on, and you hear the clattering of a inkwell getting spilled, and she just kind of like flinches, like, oh, that's gonna take some cleaning up.
You've moved. I've noticed.
Yeah, I wanted something more homey. So I built
nice.
this.
You built it?
Yeah, from memory.
Oh, here I was thinking you actually manually like used hard labor to build this yourself. So that would have been really impressive. But the fact that you drew this from memory is also impressive.
Yeah, it's my homeland.
Oh, are you remembering more now?
Bits and pieces.
Well, that's good. Have you remembered your name by chance?
Nope.
Damn. All right. So I've gotten a lead on your sister not the sister blade. And
Yeah, I've heard.
Right, you can hear everything. So
yes,
so I'm going to be checking out the academy here here as in Deepwood, to try and find a little bit more information about it to see if I can't maybe reunite you. As far as what I might find, is there anything you want me specifically to look for?
Well, not really. I don't know why, but that name, Ishtar, she says, and the whole room the realm itself seems to ripple and shudder before stabilizing. As she herself kind of shudders herself. As she kind of shudders. I don't really like that name. It frightens me.
Based on what Anka told me, this Ishtar did some pretty terrible things.
You see the realm ripple again at the mention
Apologies.
of the name, and cracks begin to form in the wood.
Does she look troubled?
Very much so.
He's going to approach her slowly, like avoiding the cracks if he needs to, and if she lets him, he's going to put a hand on her shoulder and say, "It's all right, he can't hurt you now."
You approach, and you kind of like put your hand on her shoulder, and she kind of seems to shudder, and she's like, he already has Soren. He already has.
I know.
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Okay.
I don't want to hear about it. I just don't.
Okay. Then how about instead we talk about how to draw hands? He says with a smile. If you want to. You seem to want to improve in that.
Roll another persuasion.
Nat 7 this time.
No.
Not nat 8, but
always so bad on like rolling for like social encounters.
DM inspiration, reroll it.
Hooray!
hold on.
Don't. There you go.
Well,
There you go.
I clicked it
better.
No.
clicked
Don't
it
worry.
once.
Don't worry. You got 12. Shh. Don't worry about it.
Well, the weird thing is I clicked it once and it didn't roll, then I clicked it again and then it rolled twice, so I guess there was a little bit of lag.
Classic.
I know it's fine.
I know what we're talking about.
As she kind of seems to perk up a bit. Yeah. Hands. Yeah, let's talk about hands instead. And you see that the cracks that were forming begin to kind of like shore themselves up and reattach to one another. And along the next few hours or so, the two of you discuss hands and proper drawing technique, and you see that she seems to hyper-focus on drawing. And throughout the conversation, she's kind of constantly bouncing up and down, excitedly, just like, oh, and let me tell you about this, and she'll pull out whole art pieces that she's been working on, and kind of like present them to you, and then like while you're looking at them, she's just constantly clenching and unclenching her hands, clenching and unclenching her hands, just like yes, and she's just all about whatever it is that she was doing. And eventually, with a bit of a blush, she's like, and I suppose I could show you what I was working on.
It's alright. It's alright if you don't want to. I'm just more curious than anything else.
It's dumb, but it isn't really. But it's kind of dumb. But okay, I'm just gonna show it to you. And she pulls out a little pamphlet, and on the front one is Anka, and she starts to flip page through it. and it's a little animation of Anka getting up from her seat and walking away.
Does it look to be of really good quality, or is it?
Yeah, it's pretty good quality. Like, you know, it's more keyframes than an actual like full-on animation because of like how few little pieces there are to it. But it is discernible where the motions are and where the movement is and where the swaying of, you know, and where, you know, hip sway is and stuff like that. It is fairly well defined.
So he watches it as she flips through it, and he goes, "That is almost like real life. You've gotten much better."
I no, I'm not that good.
He just kind of like looks at her and says, "Do you know how many people I know that can do that? I can't even do that.
Well, I mean, you could if you applied yourself.
Well, I can't do it now. You're right, I would have to apply myself, but it's not really something I've tried to do. I more do portraits and landscapes."
Ah, well, I mean, portraits and landscapes are really nice. Like, I can't draw backgrounds. She kind of like flips to one of her other art pieces and just shows an image of you, of like the crew, all five of you together, except the trees look terrible. Like the trees, like they like their trunks look about like this. With like the little wavy lines and no depth to their dimensions, and it's just like, oh look, that's a tree, right? Yeah, it is. Oh my.
Well, he kind of smiles and chuckles and goes, "Well, we all start somewhere. You should have seen. I might have already said this to you last time we met, but you should have seen me when I started. It quite embarrassing. But would you like to learn?"
Sure. I I'd like that a lot.
All right, then come up and do you have a fresh sheet of paper? I think I left all my paper in the real world.
I have as much paper as I want here. One of the perks, I guess. Yeah. She then very quickly shakes her head and just, the two of you draw and you know, do art, and that is my little 10 hours of interaction for you.
Oh, you! Whoa.
He wants to ask one thing before he leaves the zone, though.
Sure.
The zone.
He basically, once they're done through the lesson, he's going to, of course, admire it, you know, give her compliments where she has improved, and pointers and help where she needs it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that's all done, he's just going to look her basically square in the eye, and he says, this is probably a little early to be asking you, but if there exists a way, would you like to be free?"
I'm not quite sure. I've been this way for, I'm not even sure how long.
The world has changed quite drastically. There will be some shock in coming back to it, but and his smile kind of just starts to disappear, and he says, it's painful to think of you just trapped in here with no one to talk to, and the only interaction you have is with me."
Well, I mean, I wouldn't consider that a sad existence. I have you.
And my ships.
He smiles at that. He smiles at that, and he says, "Aye, but you're still stuck here. And while you can make this world any way you want it, wouldn't there ever be a time when you'd want to talk with anybody else? because I can, yeah, I can get quite boring.
Well, I mean, like, I kind of don't really feel comfortable talking to anyone else. Like you,
Well,
I know you. I've known you for like ever since you picked me up, but I don't know anyone else. I don't really like meeting new people. You see her kind of like begin to tap her right foot a little anxiously.
he he basically looks at her in reply, and he says, "You know, there was a period of time before I picked up the blades, where I was by myself for a long time. About, I would wager, 5 years, 6 years. I did mercenary work. I met new people, mostly mercenaries, but never really forged any friendships with them. And I was under the same mindset as you, where I didn't want to meet anybody. But then I met my current family, and they they changed my entire worldview for the better. And
oh,
let me tell you something. I would not trade my relationship with any of them for anything in the world.
well,
And
that's good for you, but I don't know. I just don't want to meet anyone right now. Maybe later.
I understand. It's probably not going to be immediate. There's, I mean, I only learned that you were here about maybe a month or two ago, so there's a lot I'm learning about you too. So it's not going to be anytime immediate, but I think there will come a time when I have an option to do that, and I want it to be your choice. So you don't have to make a decision right now,
I'll
but
I'll
at
I'll you talk too much. I'll think about it.
he smiles and goes, "I do."
And she'll snap her fingers and you're back to meditating in your room. The
His
world
eyes
kind of
open and
the world kind of like
sorry.
shifting away from you as you're staring at a wall now.
So he like opens and looks left and right, and then sighs and smiles and goes, and goes back to meditating.
All right. With that, I'm going to now do the Rensois and Garmanthe interaction before I move on to the next special interaction of the day of the night. So, Rensois.
I'm in danger.
So, Rensois, how are you going to go about contacting Garmanthe? Or Garmanthe?
That is an excellent question that Rensois not thoroughly sure about.
Call our number and pray that she doesn't pick up.
You
Left
shook
me on red, SMH my head.
you shook her hand. She is your friend.
Yeah, which Rensois will kind of like look
Also,
down
where
at
are
her
you doing
paw.
this?
It's like, well, let me get to it.
Okay.
And Rensois will kind of bend her paw, look up a bit and around. Okay. Not the city. And she'll kind of just look towards the forest on the outside of town, and start making her way out of town a bit. She won't go too far out of town, like maybe half a mile, just into the woods somewhere. And eventually, like she'll kind of stop, in like a small clearing, and kind of look about. She's kind of just thinking in her head, this is such a stupid idea. Gamanthi, I could use the assistance of a friend right about now.
Okay. Allow me to get different music.
Hey, yo, why Dark Souls music playing?
It's not even Dark Souls, it just goes straight to the Bloodborne.
Yeah, straight to the Bloodborne album.
Why is One Wing Angel playing?
Yeah.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right.
the low health sound in black and white starts playing.
So you call out and you say, Garmenthi, I could really use a friend right now. And the shadows in the forest seem to grow thicker. Darkness stretching forwards as from within the shadows emerges Garmenthi, as I show this to all players.
Quick,
Oh
ambush her.
my god!
Oh, you forgot what she looked like, huh?
I've never seen what she's looked like.
Really?
Yeah, I think
No, I've
Agathar
never
came
seen
in.
it. I
Agathar
came
came into the
way-
game after. Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
came way
did,
after.
that's right.
So I think Percy
What
hasn't
the
interacted with
fuck?
Carmonthi, and Agathar hasn't interacted with Carmonthi.
Have I?
Soren did.
No,
Yeah,
Agathar has
well-
not.
No,
Yeah,
I haven't.
no.
Yeah.
Both
I
of us
haven't.
have not. I spent my time in the cart where it was
Yep.
safe.
Yeah.
Y'all were the ones who interacted with
Yep.
the undead thing.
Oh, I wonder why we couldn't enter the cart.
You are all weirdos! I
Yeah.
hired
Kill
you to
my
guard
hair.
me.
Get into your
all right,
cart.
all right, everyone, calm it, please. Thank you. Still with that arrow sticking out of her chest, a wide, cracked grin across her face. Oh, little friend. You finally decided to call on me. It is
Yes.
such a pleasure to see you again. I've made quite a few friends since our last meeting, too. As it seems you have as well. And within the forest, you can hear just the giggling of hundreds of different discordant voices just echoing throughout the woods.
Yes, well, it has been a while. You haven't come to visit, so,
I haven't had
Yeah.
the opportunity. You've been inside a city, outside of my reach for the moment. But you're here now, and that is all that matters.
yes, I surmise that cities probably weren't your thing. They're not exactly my favorite place either. I prefer the outdoors, but that's neither here nor there.
She's going to walk. And the whole time you're talking to her, she's just pacing around you. And as she kind of like makes her way up over to you, her head cocks to the right about a full like 90 degrees, and you hear a snapping sound from within.
Mm.
Oh. So, what is it you would like to know? She grins all the wider.
I say, and Renswall will kind of steeple her fingers. Well, I mean, it would be rude to get directly to business. I mean, I assume you've been well. You said you made some new friends. That's always good.
Yes, it is. Although,
I
I do have a query for you. she kind of like bends forward. Like she doesn't lean like her whole body. Like she doesn't use her legs to bend down to your level. Her whole upper body just leans forward with her legs staying ramrod still and stationary until she's like looking above you.
I'll certainly ask away.
Her hand slides out and she offers you its taloned grip. Have you considered my offer?
I mean, I believe I already agreed to be your friend.
Yes. But don't you want to be my best friend?
Hold it, motherfucker.
Uh, I apologize. I do tend to keep to myself mostly.
Oh.
I'm also, well, currently,
Are you leery of me?
Fuck yeah.
well, I'm kind of, sort of also dating someone, so, I mean,
Oh, I'd have
I
no
would,
interest in the carnal delights of your body. I care not for such things.
right, but I mean, it's only natural that I would consider her my best friend, no?
You can have multiple best friends, can't you?
Oh.
Brenswa,
I know that I
because
have.
she's not, she's asocial, so, like, she kind of scrunches her face up with, wait, wouldn't that like she has forgotten to be like weirded out by Garmonthi as she like her brain is processing. Wait, how can you have more than one best friend?
Oh,
Like,
I
doesn't
understand.
that defeat the purpose of a
You're
best friend?
saying. You're saying that because the two of you are dating, that you're best friends. No, no, no. You're a step above that.
But if there's a step above best friend, wouldn't that the nomenclature seems odd, don't you think?
A little. But no. I consider best friends to be those that accept my knowledge, my secrets.
Well, I suppose I was actually calling upon you for potential knowledge.
Hmm.
Well, you're a fellow purveyor of the necrotic arts, and well, she'll kind of like look her up and down. Your unfortunate incident you said happened some time ago, yes?
Hmm. Yes. I lost a good friend.
Mm. Well, but you've made many more since then, so
Hmm. But none like that one. You would be a
yes.
fine friend for me to have, though.
Well, again, I'm already your friend.
Hmm.
How long ago actually was it since um
Years. It was really
are we
quite sad.
talking?
I had just come here, and they were so wonderful as to let me befriend them, to let me into their lives. And then they flew too high, and they were shot. They crashed through the trees, they broke their neck and so many other bones. I miss them. Had I been able to, had I been strong enough, I could have saved them. But now all I have is a husk.
I said, can I roll? I don't know if that would be a history or arcana on that knowledge.
I would say history.
Come on.
This sounds like a more advanced version of a revenant.
I don't know shit.
Spells training?
Were you there for that?
Unless I have advantage. I don't know what that was.
You know what? I'll say have advantage. 23. You remember hearing about way back in the early days of the Bar with No Name's existence, of its opening, how there were various adventuring groups. There was a Aarakocra that was a little bit strange, a little bit weird, but he went off on adventure, or no, she went off on adventure with a few other individuals. And
I
they
learned
were
that
going
falling damage is a bitch.
they were going to Frogtown. Back when Frogtown existed.
Before it got nuked.
Yep, before it got nuked. And they were dealing with lizard folk, and one particular lizard folk that you would know of was known as a bird hunter. Two Aarakocras that you know of that went on missions to Frogtown. One of them died, shot and killed by this man. The other was too traumatized by the occurrence and stopped adventuring altogether. After having died and been brought back no less than 3 times.
Holy shit.
In that same mission. By the same person. And their hallmark, their trademark was was birds of paradise feathers for their fletching, which that arrow in her chest that has birds of paradise feathers for fletching.
This is good knowledge. Though I was more leaning towards the history of like context clues of it's like, oh, I had a friend. Clearly the friend is this Aarakocra, and it's like, oh, now all I have is a husk. The body's clearly possessed by someone or something. I was more wondering what to roll to know what that was, because it doesn't seem.
Then that would be Arcana, and I would say
Okay.
advantage on that if you wanted, because of Mel training.
Gotti. 17.
You don't know exactly what is possessing this body, but it is clearly something that had a pact or an agreement in order to be able to do this.
I said, she was like, so, your friend, were you a patron of theirs of some sort?
Yes, I would have been. Could have been, had they grown a little stronger. But they perished shortly after our meeting. Within a day.
The bird hunter, yes.
Yes. One that is too high up the food chain for me to touch now.
So then no chance that they were wiped out with Frogtown.
No. They were taken in by the new monarchy.
Which one?
The ch-ldr-n monarchy. It's quite the tragedy, really. I can't even approach I can't even approach their little capital. There are too many dragons about. They would hurt me. It is quite unfortunate when you look like I do. You can see why I love making friends, and why it would be a boon to me for you to be my best friend.
I mean,
Just think of what I could offer you. Secrets, power. I know quite a bit about this world.
do you know anything about old Suba and the Pharaoh Rainier? Whether old knowledge or, well, you're not the only one who has a body that has cheated death in a way.
I'm sorry to say, but that was before my time.
It was worth a shot. No pun intended. That was. Oh God. Apologies.
She quirks. She moves her head from 90 degrees to the right to 90 degrees to the left. She's like turns it a full 180. The bones just kind of like just cracking the whole time. As she goes, I don't get it.
Don't worry about it. So old Suba was before your time, and then I mean, you said you have many new friends. Have any of them heard whisperings of a Lich King named Rainier?
Mummy Lord.
Or Demi-Lord?
Mummy.
Mummy Lord, sorry.
None that I'm aware of. She creaks her head back to normal and then leans it backwards to stare up at the sky. And keep in mind, she's still leaning down and lording over you, so her body is now Z-shaped right now.
She's just T-posing.
Kind
How
of.
to talk to short people.
Kind of. And she's like, no, none of them have heard whispers. It's quite hard for me to get friends. It's
Right.
so hard. But you know, with someone like you, spreading the good word, that would be rapturous. Her head creaks back down, and that same too wide smile is on her face.
Well, I mean, not all is kind about understanding of the necrotic arts, and well, I mean, I get it. They were a good friend of yours, so I'm sure you're quite attached to this body. It could use a bit of sprucing up. Have you considered removing the arrow for starters?
Oh, this thing? She touches it. You know, I hadn't considered it.
It is generally considered unnerving to most, yes. It would at least make you somewhat more approachable to others. Have you also tried maybe toning down the smile a bit?
What's wrong with my smile? She says with a grin. And just so you know, like this grin is like anatomically off. Like it seems as if this Aarakocra, whenever they hit their head on a branch, it almost tore their head off to a degree. So, like, normally that smile would stop at where the beak is.
Yeah.
It's wider.
Way past that.
Yeah, way past that. Aren't smiles what you're supposed to give people to make them feel more at ease?
Generally. But there is such a thing as too much of a good thing, you know?
Hmm. Ho, ho, ho.
I know, well, I suppose not many places outside of Vitrium, but at the very least, there are places in Vitrium that would be more welcoming of someone like you. It just your appearance can be unnerving to some,
Hmm.
and it's an unfortunate truth of the world that, well, people often judge books by their covers and don't really give them a chance to see who they really are. It doesn't
Fair.
matter how lovely you are if, well, everyone runs away in terror first.
Hmm. I suppose that's fair enough.
There's also the whole thing with like the cackling horde in the shadows, also generally considered unnerving to the living.
Hmm.
Though,
You're telling
I,
me to not have any fun. But I
it's,
suppose if it's to help me make more friends,
It was just
right,
a
I
prank, bro.
I can help. The peering eyes in the forest begin to wink out and leave.
see, already, you're already much more approachable by strangers. Uh,
Hmm. Could you take this arrow out?
uh, it won't, I mean, it seems weird to ask if it would hurt, but I mean, would it? I have no idea if there was some form of enchantment on it or not.
Hmm. 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 This is a corpse. Remove it. It will be fine.
Yes, but I mean, you are still occupying said corpse, and you
Hmm.
are my friend. I just want to make sure that you will not be harmed in the process.
I would consider this more like puppetry.
Hmm.
Think of it as a hand within a sock, flapping it around, talking with it.
Hmm.
You're pulling a toothpick from a sock. My hand is still wiggling inside. It will be fine.
That's also imagery that you should probably keep to yourself amongst a new company. And she'll kind of like move over, like reach out, like, place a paw up, like probably like lower stomach is probably. How tall is Germonti? I assume medium.
She's medium in height. She's at least like 6'8".
Oh Jesus! Oh yeah, maybe not even to the stomach. That might be like waist level. Like set a paw and kind of like reach up full
She's
height to like
currently
try
like
and grasp.
leaned over
That's
you,
true.
so
She is
you should be
leaning over.
fine.
That's true. Yeah, like place a paw embrace and kind of pull the other and wrap the other one at the wood shaft.
With a sound of
Okay,
tearing
on
flesh,
1, 2, 3,
uh,
and she will yank.
with the sound of tearing flesh and just pop, out comes the arrow, and you see that it is covered in this viscous black fluid.
Yeah, well, that's hmm. You sure you're okay? That doesn't look like it could be quite well.
Hand in the puppet. Hand in the puppet. She flops her body around as if there were literally a hand inside of her body, just kind of like flopping her topside about.
Just ragdoll.
Yeah,
Literally
her
came on
limbs ragdoll, and she just starts flopping about before she straightens back up again.
Also, should probably not do that in polite company. But she'll kind of like. It's absolutely in vain, but kind of like does like the mom thing of like dusting the shoulders.
She
and, like
is
trying to like
this
trying to like
person is filthy.
unfrumple her
This
as much as.
This person is filthy.
I mean, it's a however many years old corpse, so
Uh,
understandable.
Oddly enough, though, like this corpse is roughly 5 years old by this point in time. It's not decayed.
Yeah.
It does have this black liquid kind of like leaking out of the eyes, from along the jawline here and there, and now from the chest as well, from where that arrow penetrated.
I say, she'll kind of like dig out a rag and
Thank you.
again, kind of like partially just to like numb herself to like the weirdness, is defaulting to mom mode and kind of like takes the rag out and kind of like
Just starts
dabs at the
dabbing
chest
at
wound and like and like wiping
Okay.
the smears from the eyes.
Okay, so you dab and you wipe away this thick black liquid, and like as you do so, you see that it just kind of begins to leak a little more from the eyes and from the stomach wound. It seems just kind of like leak from her.
Well, it was worth a shot. I was hoping to clean that.
Thank you.
Yes, well, I would like everyone to see my friend for who she is, the way I see her.
She offers you her hand again.
Being undead doesn't mean you can't look your best.
Yes.
I like how we're sprucing up a corpse.
She wouldn't be the first
No,
time.
Rinse.
I've got
Wouldn't be the first time.
I've got this
It's like-
whole tube of lipstick for this pig.
Her hand comes back out again, and she's like, "Do you accept my offer now? Do I look more presentable?" She says, giving about half the normal smile she would normally give afterwards. It's still an unnaturally broad grin, but it is nowhere near to the insane degree it was.
Better. That's actually better. Keep working on it. Maybe a smidgen smaller, but that's a vast improvement. The leaking doesn't seem that there's much we can do about. Having the arrow gone is much less disconcerting. I mean, again, like I said, like you have to be careful about where you go, and specifically within Vitrium, the other countries don't particularly like the necrotic arts, but
You know,
there's a chance that there's a city or two that you might actually be able to venture into relatively safely.
you know, if you were to give me a vessel, not yours per se, but someone else's. This one is damaged, and I love it. It will always be my primary vessel, but if I could have another, it would be a boon.
How alive does this vessel? I assume the vessel doesn't necessarily need to be alive.
No. But if it was alive, it would have to be willing.
Probably easier to just find a fresher corpse than in better condition.
Possibly. And with that, I'm going to cut the scene there as the two of you discuss amongst yourselves, because I assume you have nothing else you wish to ask, right?
Yeah, yeah. She'll basically be like, "I'll see what I can do for you.
Okay.
If I call, you'll come, much like now."
Yes. Anywhere.
Other than cities.
Oh, I can do cities, but some cities are defended, others not
Yes.
so much.
Yes, well, I would not wish to put you in harm's way, so I shall do as I did this time and go somewhat outside city walls if I need to see you.
Of course.
And Renswall will give she'll kind of move forward a little, kind of pause, and very hesitantly wrap Garmonthe's legs in a hug. It has been good to see you again, friend.
Is this a hug?
Yes, it is a hug.
You hear the creaking and cracking and snapping of bones as the leg you're hugging is still it's stationary, as the rest of her body, you feel and see her legs snap at a right angle, as the rest of her body, like a fucking bone serpent, just unnaturally coils around you, and she basically engulfs you in her body.
Danger.
Method of hugging.
You're supposed to put the whole body around. You can't because your bones are fixed.
Mel's gonna be like, Rinsoir.
Not-
Yet.
Not quite what the phrase full body hug typically means, but we'll work on it.
Yeah, she hugs you back. Her body is room temperature. It is neither warm nor cold. Because this is a jungle environment.
Yeah, that's basically all I've got. God damn it. Somehow Renswa has decided that she's going to...
Mother,
Everyone's got a redemption arc.
Yeah, Garmenthe redemption arc.
Oh my god. I'm here for it. I'm here for
I
it.
just turn her into
You're
a functioning member of society somehow.
Oh god.
Mel's
I
gonna be
just
like,
imagine Renswag going to bed and waking up 8 hours afterward, where just being like, "What the fuck just happened there?"
All right.
It's just if you've seen Hell of a Boss, the fucking scene where Moxie wakes up and Blitz is just standing over his bed. What you dreaming about?
Absolutely.
Oh
no,
boy.
it's more like, this is the reason why Rinsoir died an entire floor.
Did you like my music choice?
Yes. She's creepy as hell, but I fucking love Garmenthe.
All right.
Garmonthi, not actually evil, just really bad at being.
They're
a
just
person.
misunderstood.
Yeah.
Just really bad at being people. Okay then. Back
It's like hug
to
involves all the
things.
people.
Back to things. So, Valen, Lana would like to know your location.
Oh boy.
I know, right?
Do you
I grabbed the
want?
popcorn.
Now here's the thing. Do you want to avoid this interaction, or do you want to just have it?
Where's my D20?
There's no avoiding Lana. There is only delaying Lana.
Where it's gonna come to a time when Lana just pulls out the shotgun.
We didn't have a chat.
We didn't have a chat. They had a chat. At.
Yeah, suppose. Next thing I know, it's gonna be hunting season.
All right, so you're having it, okay? All right, cool. All right, cool. So
it almost sounds like you don't want this to happen, Shad.
I'm just asking, man. I'm just asking. So you, she basically locates you one day and says, "All right, you want to go out to dinner or something?"
I suppose.
All
right.
Good start.
You could have sounded a little more, a little less sad about it.
Floor 63, Lana. Floor 63.
Oh. You know what? Fair enough. She'll give you a couple pats. All right. Yeah. So dinner. Yeah, let's go. She'll then take you out to a nice little restaurant called Trash Panda.
Hey, look, it's a Panda Express of the.
Hey, yo, is
Vitrium.
Charlotte there?
It is ran by a raccoon man who is said to be a chef of some renown that is able to make anything into food.
And I just started watching Eureka too, so that's the vibe I'm getting now.
And so, Valen, I have a query for you. What do you want to talk to Lana about, if anything?
I can't, as a player, I can't think of anything at the moment. So, what does Alana want to talk about?
Responding to a message. Okay. All right. So, Lana looks at you and she's just like, "Okay. So, how's the dungeon going?"
We're still sane?
Well, that's good, at least. It's probably been very hard, hasn't it?
Valen just blinks.
Look, I'm not from here, okay?
So many deaths.
Well, at least you're still alive.
At least they were quick. Most of them.
Most of them. 1,000-yard stare. Okay. You like carrots, right? Or do you meat eater, or you know what kind of food do you eat?
Valen just snaps, shakes his head, snapping back to reality.
Oh, there goes gravity. You're flying in the air now.
Yeah, I said literally the same thing.
God damn it.
Continue.
I'll eat mostly anything. Not a fan of seafood though.
All right. Well, she orders for herself a steak because she is muscular. She needs her protein.
Mommy, sorry.
She is then going to order for you just like, you know, a thing of a small thing of fries, a salad, and if you'd like it, probably a burger too. You know.
Yeah, sure. A small side salad, burger.
All right.
Actually sounds pretty good right now, not gonna lie.
Okay. Your food is delivered, and there's this awkwardness between the two of you. Neither of you knowing what to say.
Why?
And you see that she's trying to think about how to rebuild for you what is already there for her. And she's struggling with that.
Valen, seeing that, will just rest his hand after picking up a fry. Thinking of ways to rebuild the past, aren't you?
I guess. As best I can, really.
There is no easy way to do that.
No, there isn't.
Nor can you force someone to try it. So don't push yourself too hard for it.
That's what I'm trying not to do.
Once you start words. Once you start the activities in Viore, you'll have something to take your mind off of it. Don't worry too much about it.
I don't want my mind to be taken off of it. I want to be participating in it. I want to help you, but you don't want help. And you have that one memory now, so you know kind of how much you meant to me.
A fragment, yes, but just as you said, they do not wish to seek out the past, not yet at least. There are many things that take priority.
I mean, like, I guess, but isn't it weird that you just don't remember anything?
For the first few years, it's bothered me. There are times that I did not feel at peace. I do not know whether it's because I could not recall who I was, or due to Mel's training. As harsh as it was.
She's gonna frown at that. Well, I don't know exactly what's going on, but what I do know is that this is not natural. And it seems like... Have you ever considered that maybe your memories were removed through magic?
I do not know. And if it was, then many times over, dispelling magics should have cured it. If not, then I might have an idea of how powerful a spellcaster might be able to with altering one's memories.
Well, that's the thing. Some spells can't be dispelled. They have to be removed like a curse.
Again, many spells thrown on me. Many good, many ill. Do not think I haven't tried before. Chemical reagents from my master's repertoire, Taven spells.
Yeah, but what if your master's the one who did it? Why would she give you the reagents in order to fix it? Why would she allow you access to them? Or why would you or how would you even know if she really cast the dispel magic on you properly?
Fair points, but you don't know of Mel's inner training. Those of us who train under her, we tend to have a understanding of what spells are being cast more than most. We can identify them far easier.
Then, would you be willing to let me try and see if I can get that off of you?
Again, many times it has been tried. I do not think that's...
Many times of you trying, but maybe I can try. What's one more?
If it'll help set you at ease, go ahead. But know that my stance does not change. Many things take priority than my past.
I guess. She's gonna reach out, place a hand on you, and then cast Remove Curse. And then she is going to cast Dispel Magic at 5th level. Neither of these spells work. You don't feel a rush of recollection. You don't feel anything. And as she pulls her hand away from you see she looks puzzled. That's not right.
As I have said.
No, you don't understand. Something blocked me. I could feel it. I could feel that magic on you. And it didn't break. Even though it should have.
As I said, many times it has been tried. So, there came a point in time when I did not think of it. In fact, I forgotten about that little block. But I have an idea of now, roughly, how powerful a caster might have to be for that sort of block.
I guess. I don't know.
So again, don't think too much on it. Many long nights were already wasted on it. Focus on the upcoming paths.
She looks despondent, but she nods. And, well, unless you have anything else you want to say or add, this is my little interaction I had for you.
Nope, nothing else.
Okay. And with that, I will move on to Rensoir's interaction. Rensoir.
Oh, that was.
Oh boy, back to me.
You get two of them.
No, she asked for Garmonthi. This one she didn't ask for. So, Rensoir. The 10 hours of time I have for you, Rensoir, are with Neatal.
Oh no.
And she decides to take you out privately for dinner a couple times. Platonically, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Would you accept?
Without sneaking behind already.
It's like Percy's just like, let me adjust my time, add 10 hours Follow Rensoir
Yeah.
and
So-
thank bitch.
So, do you accept?
Yes.
All right then. The first dinner was nice. The two of you enjoying your time together, and her trying to show you that she isn't going to get between you and Percival, like at all. There's a lot of how have things been going with Percival, or I heard you had a particularly rough day in the dungeon. Are you doing okay? And simply just being a good friend. There aren't any lewd jokes or anything like that. It's just a pleasant dinner. The second one, she is far more relaxed around you than before. Having established that she is trying to be more platonic than she was before, you know, in general, really. She's putting her hands behind her head, lazing about, all smiles, but with your passive insight of, like, what, 15, 16?
My passive insight.
Yeah,
I would have
passive
to look.
insight.
Hold on. I was about to
Yeah.
say, I was like, my passive perception is 18.
Passive
Insight is a 14.
passive insight of 14. It's still good enough. With your passive insight of 14, you can tell that something is on her mind. If you choose to comment on it or not is entirely up to you. But she won't say anything about it herself. Do you have anything that you'd like to say or ask of her? Or do you want to comment on that?
God, Rensoir. Let me roll. Let me just roll a D100.
Sure.
See if she has. Alright, so she won't just like. She's smart enough to not just like fucking point blank ask about it. She'll probably just try to like subtly weasel it out of her, just stuff like it's like, oh, how have things been? Like, how are you holding up? She'll probably.
She's going to stick to generic answers of, "Oh, I've been doing okay. You know, I'm doing all right. I've been doing fine."
And then she'll pull the sneaky one of it's like, oh, have you it's like, it's like, well, has anyone else caught your fancy?
Huh?
Or still on the hunt?
Nah, no one really. Not right now, at the very least. And I'm not even really particularly on the hunt anymore. Mainly because we're about to leave this town anyway. No time to make good connections.
True.
And with that, you continue to converse lightly here and there, but the second one ends.
She's not gonna pry.
Okay. The third one, she asks if she can take you on her carpet once again. We won't go too high or too fast. You trust me, right?
I do. That does not make the heights more enjoyable. Below rooftops?
More than fine. She grins and helps you up onto it. She has you take a seat in the center with her behind you, but unlike the last time she rode the carpet with you, her hands aren't touching anywhere but your shoulders, and that's mainly to keep you firmly in the center. She doesn't massage them or do anything extra other than just hold you in place. She flies low, below the rooftops, but after going along a few different streets, she eventually has her carpet climb upwards and get around edge level with a roof. And she kind of like touched to it. Well, here we are. She gestures to a roof. The rooftop itself is lightly furnished. It has 2 chairs, a large umbrella between them, shielding both chairs from any rain that would be falling right now, although there is no rain. And as she kind of like, helps you up and off the carpet and onto the roof, she checks a pocket watch and she's like, "Oh, hurry up! It's almost time." And she seems giddy and is, just kind of like running about. But she moves over to one of the chairs and she takes a seat. Would you like to take a seat as well?
Yep, she'll sit and take a seat.
All right. She checks the watch again and is just anxiously tapping the arm of her chair. And she's just like, Eloise said it should be happening any minute now.
What should be happening?
That's a surprise. Although it's a surprise. Don't worry about it.
Very well, very well.
And with that, there's a bit of a silence. And then she's like, oh, it's starting! And she points out towards the city and towards the sky. Do you look?
Yes.
All right. The city of Deepwood rests out before you. And the air above it has gone still with anticipation. A light rumbling can be heard in the clouds above, a prelude of rain to come, but the rain that comes this time is different. A energy begins to fill the air around you, Rinswa, and you can feel the very nature of your magic being amplified. The mushrooms along the back of your neck shudder a bit more to life as a small droplet of color plops onto the roof near you. Teal-colored water staining the plain bricks of the roof itself. And then another. Aquamarine rain begins to fall from the sky, painting the bleak and grim-looking city in a vibrancy of colors. Bright teal, crystal teal, Caribbean green, dark teal, light teal. A myriad of tealish colors filling the air like stars in the night sky. The wonder of the world that brings people back to Vitrium time and again. The Druidic Rains. You have seen them rarely occurring throughout your life in apprenticeship to Mel, but when you look to your left, you see Neatal's eyes are just wide with wonder at the sight. A small reminder that what might be mundane for you or your homeland can be something extraordinary to her or others. Neatal has
First
her hand.
time seeing it?
She nods. Yeah. First time. I figured since you're a bit of a nature nut, you'd want to see it.
I've seen it a few times, though. Oftentimes it's from the forest and a lot of, the canopy keeps most of it at bay, so definitely haven't gotten this good a view of it before.
Yeah.
And she kind of just looks out and over the rooftops.
Yeah. It's very pretty. I actually asked Eloise, if she could predict the weather or something like that to try and tell me when these rains might occur again. Well, back before you, started dating Percival. And I thought to myself, well, 2 friends can watch rain together. So I figured, why not?
It's like Garmonthi pops up. I heard friends. Like, no.
But yeah, I still felt I'd, show them to you.
It's lovely.
Thanks. Time stretches between the two of you. A silence that is accompanied by the pitter-patter of raindrops throughout the city, until the color fades from them and the rain loses its magical potency. You can feel the mushrooms calming once more, and the umbrella above you protects you from any of the adverse effects of the rain. And Neatal kind of just leans back and just breathes a sigh, just like, ah, that was beautiful.
I do wish they lasted a bit longer sometimes.
If they lasted too long, your entire country would be overrun by plants. Well, I can see why you wouldn't mind that too much. Mushroom Shack. She gives you a wink.
I mean, have you looked at the country? Most of it is plants to begin with.
A little bit, I guess.
Plants and the bramble.
I don't really know much about that, but if I hear it's a bunch of plant undead.
Essentially.
Look, I'm from Vuori. I know a thing or two about how big a nuisance undead can be. So like, fuck those things, whatever they are.
The undead get a bad reputation.
They get a little bit quirky.
I guess. I don't really know. She kind of like bites her lip a bit and just seems to clench her hand before letting it go. Hey, Francois. I know that you aren't exactly the best person to give advice on this because of your lack of knowledge around social norms, but do you think I'd ask you for some regardless?
Well, I'm by no means an expert, but I try to provide.
She nods.
What's eating at you?
Well, you see, it's about my family. She seems to hesitate for a moment. Her hands kind of like clasp together, and she glares at the ground beneath her.
The ones back in
Vuori.
what was it? ch-ldr-n, I believe.
She seems to just sigh and shake her head. No, it's... Yeah, it is Therabolder. Yeah, those are the ones. You see, recently, I received a message from them asking me to come home again, but I don't want to. The two of them treated me like shit, and despite me doing everything in my power that I could to impress or help them, I was never good enough. There was always this wall between me and them that I could never climb over. as if I'd somehow killed their parents or something, but here we are, 10 years later, and now they want to talk to me. What kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, Rincewa's eyes will kind of narrow a bit. Did this letter say what they wanted to speak about?
I don't. No, it didn't. It just said that they wanted to talk again. And
Do you think that there's a... Perhaps it sounds cynical, but do you think there's a chance they've heard of your exploits as an adventurer and are trying to get back in your good graces to mooch money off of you?
God.
From the brief stories you've told me, I wouldn't put it past people like them.
God, I part of me,
Hope not, but wouldn't be surprised.
yeah, I know. You know, maybe, I don't know, but to give you a taste of what it was like, my own mother couldn't even look at me. She always had to turn away from me, and when I got older, she didn't even want me to be in the same room with her. Every time I'd try something, it wouldn't go right, and the two of them would just look at me like I was some kind of monster. Funny story. I brought her breakfast in bed once because I wanted so desperately for some kind of positive affirmation from her, and she screamed at me. She told me to never enter her room again, or she'd lock me in the basement and throw away the key. She brushes a few tears away from her face and sniffles a bit more before continuing. I stopped caring after that, started running off to play with street toughs, taught myself magic and all my skills, but they didn't seem to care. If anything, those two were relieved I wasn't around. You know something funny, Rensois? I snuck back into their house once, and I eavesdropped on a conversation. My own mother said she didn't care what happened to me, that she would rather I died on the streets than be anywhere near her again. And
Renslaw will kind of look down for a bit, and then look back up. So then you wanted my advice?
yeah. Actually, I have to... Look, that was 10 years ago. And that was about when I ran away.
Time doesn't excuse what they did. Time does not excuse who they are. And while I am a firm believer in people changing, there's certain things that just don't get forgiven by time and changing. At this point, they're not your family. Arguably, they never were. Family isn't always blood. It's the people in your life who want you in theirs, the ones who accept you for who you are. The ones who would do anything to see you smile and who love you no matter what. That's your family. That's Eloise and the others, the ones who want to see you happy. It's not them. So, you want my advice? I'd say fuck them. You wanted their attention for all those years and they wouldn't give it. Why should you give it to them now? Now that they want to come crawling back to you.
I know. I know, Renswan. I sent them back. Fuck off. But at the same time, I felt like an asshole for doing that.
Well, you're a better person than I am then. I would have felt only a sense of smug satisfaction.
She's shedding full tears by now, but she just kind of like...
Renswall will be wiping at them. And then wraps her in a hug. Like there's a part of you that still wants to give them a chance, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. She squeezes all the tighter.
Well, then, I mean, worst case scenario, they prove to have not changed at all, and you can tell them to fuck off in person, right?
I don't think I'm gonna go to them now. Thank you.
Always.
Eventually.
I'm one of those people that wants to see you smile.
Yeah. Thanks for that. She'll break away the hug and just kind of like brush at her face a bit more and just turn away from you. Yeah, we should probably head back.
Yes, I'm sure by now Percival's already plotting your demise.
Isn't she always?
Touché.
She unrolls her carpet, hops on. The two of you make your way back to the bar. Silence hanging in the air, a deluge of emotions having been wrung from at least one of you. And around about a few streets away, Neotol lands the carpet, the two of you hop off, and she rolls it back up. Thank you for tonight, Renswat. It meant a lot, and if possible, could you keep everything I just told you between us? Eloise does like to meddle a little bit.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Though maybe she'll meddle a little bit less after the ear chewing she received from Percival.
Probably.
Either that or she'll learn to just be more subtle with it. One of the two.
Maybe, but... Go, thanks. Just go on without me. I need some time to think. I didn't think I'd be this emotional around you. And... I'll see you around.
I'll make sure to see you all off before you leave. Okay?
Okay. She gives you a big grin and just turns around and begins to walk off in the night. And you return to the bar with her name. Agathar,
Hi.
guess who's
It's
up
your
next?
turn.
The jockey. What are you gonna do
Alright.
to me?
Alright then. So, Agathar. There comes a night in which you wake up in a dimly lit room. You're seated in a chair, and you don't remember coming here. You remember coming back from the dungeon worn out and collapsing into a bed. But you don't remember doing so in here. You aren't tied down or anything like that, and you're free to move about. What do you do?
Is my stuff nearby? Can I see my
Nope.
stuff? Yeah, of course. Is there anything distinct about the room that I can see? Am I still sort of in the same clothes I'm in?
Yeah, you're in your clothes.
Yeah.
The room around you is solid, and there is no way in or out. All that is there is a single light fixture above you, swinging very softly and casting shadows all over the place.
Oh, this isn't good. Oh, great. What did I get in now?
After a moment, you hear, "There's no way out of here. This is an oubliette. A hole I would be cast within during my training and told to escape by any means necessary."
Do I recognize the voice?
Yeah. Soifang appears from seemingly nowhere, peeling herself from the wall like a living shadow. She is wearing her traditional leather armor of a beast you cannot name, daggers adorning her hips, a few pouches and bags, along with her belt as well. Her fur, that mixed match of colors shifting to match the shadows behind her, as she just paces around and caresses the wall.
Oh, an oubliette, huh? And I kind of watch her movements on the wall, kind of like seeing if she's like, I don't know, trying to maybe pick up on something as she's kind of like running her hand on the wall, maybe like a clue or like whatever to get out. If she to quiz him.
Alright then. I would say roll me an Arcana check.
Okay. And this is just straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me get rid of Garmon the entire look at that. 23. Be good.
23. Alright. You've experienced this before. This is a dream spell. And as
Okay.
she wanders along the walls, she glances over to you. "Oh, you pieced it together. Good."
Wait, you cast this?
"I used a scroll for it, yes. But I was able to."
Oh. Insight! Just in case.
Sure.
We have a lot of people that do some freaky shit, so I just want to make sure I'm not... Nah, never mind.
Well, I mean, as far as you know, she's the caster.
Okay. Oh, well, cool. Yeah, it's... You really kind of have to focus on the real specifics, kind of force yourself into separating reality from fantasy. And I can tell that some of the wood patterns on these walls aren't natural.
Perhaps. But this was a real place. It's probably gone now.
Most likely. Or buried.
More than likely. But I wanted to show you this. You wished to know more about me, correct?
Yeah, as much as you're willing to share.
I can share some. The dream shifts, and the oubliette is replaced by a large room. It is nondescript, stone, one way in, one way out. There are swords, daggers, crossbows, longbows, arrows, knives, all sorts of things lining the walls, weapons of every type you could imagine. This was the training room. This is where I would train, where others would train. We would fight to the death, you know. Survival of the fittest. No room for mistakes.
Well, it's not exactly training then. That's awful.
You then see children appear. Hundreds of them. No more than 6 to 8. You see children of every race. All positioned around the room in the same black cotton outfit. These were my fellows, my classmen. You see, among all of them, one of them is a squirrel folk with mixed-matched fur patterning like Soifang has.
I just kind of like look around at the kids and then I kind of like give Child Fang kind of like a long look, and then what's the expression on her face?
The expression on Child Fang's face is one of determination. And then there's a flicker. Half the class is gone. And that look of determination is deadened. Another flicker, another half the class gone. And that expression is dead man. Almost like perusing through a old school projector. Flicking through one shutter after the next. Half gone, half gone, half gone, half gone. Until only 2 remain. The 2 of them now 12. One human and Soifang. Both with uncaring expressions on their faces. Bodies toned with muscles developed through years of exercise and fighting. And then the last flicker is just Soifang standing above her human compatriot, having gutted him. The 2 daggers in her hands are stained in blood, and she's breathing heavily. A few cuts and marks upon herself as well. The fool didn't use poison, or he would have had the fight, says Soifang as she comments on it. This was my childhood. Such that it is. Would you like to see more?
He kind of looks at her with sympathy, and this look of familiarity, and he just kind of looks up at her and looks down a little bit, and then just says, if you want to show more, whatever you want to show, whatever you're more than welcome to feel comfortable with, if you're willing to share it, I'm here to listen. I'm sorry you had to go through this. I know there's nothing we can do about it now. Whatever happened, happened, but that doesn't make it right.
It is just another thing. It matters not now. I have no qualms showing more. It's more a matter of your comfort level. You're clearly disturbed by such things.
Well, you looked in my head. I've seen worse. Far worse. So, what's next?
She nods. The next thing is her first job. She is still 12, and you see her kneeling before 5 robed individuals that have cowls on, masks adorning their faces that are black, with little white inlays to them. You are to go forth and assassinate the magistrate of Ruba. To which...
What was the name?
The magistrate of Ruba.
Of Ruba?
Yep.
Okay. Is it Suba or Ruba?
No, it is Ruba. There is Suba, but there is also
And then
Ruba.
there's also Ruba. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
His name is Townsend. A Aarakocran individual. You are to clip his wings and bring them to us as proof of his death. To which Childfang nods. Yes, masters. Before she gets up and begins to move, the dream shifting about as she walks, warping around her to eventually lead to her above, on a rooftop, above a window, flipping in and sliding into the room like a ghost. The Aarakocran magistrate is currently at a mirror, preening himself. Whenever a small little girl climbs up onto his back and slits his throat, blood spraying across the mirror as he just chokes and gargles on his own blood before he collapses. And then she very dutifully begins to peel the wings off of his back. The dagger is not enough, so she has to go downstairs and fetch a hatchet. But she gets them both. Soy Fang watches impassively. How is Agatha reacting?
He's watching with almost like a scholar's eye, watching her movements, and then kind of... It's weird. It's definitely not probably what he should be getting out of something like this, but he just can't help but analyze Childfang's movements compared to what she is now, and puts the pieces together how far and how powerful she's become. But I think he also knows he should watch these, because I think even though she says it doesn't really matter that she's showing them, I think there's still a piece of her that maybe she doesn't realize that she wants to share, sort of like where you have to get something off your chest. So I think he's also watching it as a listener. And I think he's just watching Childfang's movements and sort of like maybe look around in whatever scenery he can see, and then maybe try to tell where this area is.
Sure. Also, very minor side, there's just popping that keeps happening. Just continuously. So, I'd like everyone to leave the call, then rejoin.
Okay.
Alright. Nah, she's still there. It's very faint in the background. Might be just me. Anyway, moving on. Moving on then. So... what would the roll on this be? To kind of like analyze movements and... I would say roll an intelligence check.
Intelligence check? Okay.
Yeah, flat intelligence.
Flat int. Fuck.
That's an 8. I'll give you advantage because you've been training recently.
Okay. Fuck.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
Okay. Perception. I'm so very good at these. Fuck.
With advantage.
3 below 10. With advantage. Alright, let's see if I can get a 10. Even lower.
Oh my Lanta, Jesus. Alright.
It does not want me to look anything.
No. You're still new to your roguish training, but from the movement she's making right now, compared to the movements she might have had, she has now, it's roughly a night and day difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's hard to accurately quantify, you know, what exactly is, like, it's hard to quantify exactly what is the difference between the two of them.
Mhm.
But what you can note at the very minimum, you can still hear Child Fang's footsteps.
And I can see her tending to the Aarakocra guy.
Like the Eric Cochran man, like yeah, while Soy Fang is tending to this guy and ripping his wings off of his back and walking back and forth, you can hear her movements. You can hear her feet padding along
Oh,
the
I
ground.
see. Yeah, he kind of gives a little bit of like a little snicker at the pitter-pattering of her little feet. And he just kind of like, you've really come a long way.
Oh, good. You're not disturbed by it, by what's happening.
I mean, a little bit, but I don't know this guy. I don't know what his deal was, so I mean, if you didn't kill him, time would have, so.
I'll need to remember that.
He sweats.
That is very fair.
It's like, I shouldn't I shouldn't, take something like this out of it, but you were really cute as a kid.
Huh. Well, that's an emotion I didn't think I could feel still.
He gives a little bit of a snicker. Yeah, no, I'm weird. I should not even be looking at this, but sometimes I forget I'm 8, and all the things that I've seen at this point is pretty messed up, I guess. So, I don't know. I guess I'm numb to this stuff at this point.
Did you know that if you're able to put a small bubble of air into someone's blood, they will die from it?
Yeah, makes sense.
It causes
Disturbs
a
the
heart
heartbeat.
attack.
Makes sense. Have you used that before?
Yes. There's a flicker in the dream, and you see her walking. She's around, I want to say, 14 in this particular instance. And as she is walking by someone, you see, almost imperceptibly, her hand, tap the person on the back. And that's like as she's walking away from them, like she's passing by them, tap hand on the back, and she's moving onwards. At which point you see her opening her palm upwards and twisting a ring back around, and then capping it, a little needle on the edge of it, as that person who she was just walking by slowly stumbles, clutches their heart, and then collapses onto the ground. It's interesting how fragile people are, and yet how durable they are too.
Yeah. He kind of looks at his hands. I know that feeling. It's sort of amazing how the human body can run, but it's all the careful design, almost designed, bioorganism, and it's amazing how it runs and how sensitive it is to outside deterrence and even on the internal, and yet it just takes so easy to end them. And yet, me, and he just kind of motions to himself, I can take a lot of slashes, even Soren. We all can take lots of attacks and things that would kill a common person. We're just able to take it.
Well, that's what levels do.
levels.
Yes. You're currently 9. No. I want to say you're roughly equivalent to your 30s.
Hmm. 30s. What's the highest? Is it 100?
Potentially. I don't know. People don't reach that high. Not normally. I would say on a scale of 1 to 20, you're at 9. On a scale of 1 to 100, you're around your 30. You're around your 30s.
Hmm.
Some classes have greater level disparities. Some do not.
I got a lot of work to do then.
A level 30 cobbler will always be a level 30 cobbler. Perfected at making shoes, but nothing more and nothing less.
Well, I've gotten stronger ever since I met the others, and I dipped into some things and I gave up some things, but yet I come back from it and I just keep growing. So maybe in some cases, in my case, level 30 won't always be level 30. Just like I'm sure you weren't always level, I'm sure you went to level 10. I'm sure you're like, what, 70 now?
A close approximation. 65.
Still impressive.
This job was around, I believe, my 40s.
Oof.
My first was around level 30-ish.
Ugh, you would have given a run for my money.
I would have given most people a run for their money. But I thank you for listening. And for your odd compliment. I'm
Well, I
still
figured
unsure how I feel about it.
I'm sure you haven't gotten a lot of compliments, so I'm trying to make up the difference.
I suppose that is fair.
But, thank you for trusting me to show these. And if you ever want to talk about this or get anything off your chest that maybe you don't realize you're keeping down under, just let me know. Some people still call you a corpse, but you're much more than that.
I've been much more than that for a little while now. I am a corpse no longer.
I'm glad to hear that.
I will dream a new dream with you later. Perhaps I will show you more. Although there isn't much more to my life outside of this. The dream shifts again. It's her taking someone's eye out.
Ew. Well, maybe instead of the action, he kind of motions towards Child Fane murdering the shit out of whatever poor soul happens to be under. Maybe little things that you happen to notice when you're out on jobs. Maybe little things you just had a passing thought of, that's pretty, or that's interesting, or what's his deal? Something like that.
Potentially.
Up to you.
I suppose. You know, I did collect trophies. I'm sad that I don't
Okay.
have them anymore.
What kind of trophies did you have?
Well, from that person, she indicates the person that she's ripped the eye out of.
You kept the eye.
Yes. From the Aarakocra, I kept a feather. So on and so forth. I remember there was one person, a gentleman that did not know how to take no for an answer. I'm sure you can imagine what prize I took.
Yeah, you're lucky you got to him first.
But still, you have given me a bit to think about. I'm glad I got to show you my class before they were decimated.
Yeah. I'm glad to have met them.
As was I.
And,
I was even more glad when they all perished. Relieved because it wasn't me.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
That's another new emotion. I need to keep control over these, lest I become unmanageable.
What do you mean unmanageable?
Too many emotions will get you killed. But this has been fine, and fair, and fun. Ponder how I would have escaped the oubliette, and maybe I will answer you another night. Good night. And with that, she steps to the left and through a wall, and the dream is dissipated fully.
Yeah, as it dissipates, he's just... Good night, Soifeng.
You're left in your normal dream.
It goes back to the Meet the Medic video for some reason, and he's the medic.
With that, I will move on to my final, well, my second to final person for the night. Percival.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna love this one.
Oh, goody. I love surprises. They're my favorite thing, if you hadn't realized.
Eloise approaches you one day, Percival, and gives you a small smile.
Oh,
It-
really?
It might have been a while since you last celebrated one, but it's your birthday today, isn't it, Percival?
There's a moment where her eyes kind of like shift from left to right as she's like thinking on it. Might have slipped my mind that the years passed.
What was that?
Yeah, she's like it might have slipped my mind that a year has passed. Don't celebrate such things.
Yeah. Well, she tilts her hat towards you and then hooks her arm around yours and begins to leads you away, just pulls you out, just leads you through the city.
Really?
No, you don't get to get out of this one. She says, forestalling any of your commentary or complaints you might have, pulling you through the city until you reach the outskirts of it. And then from the outskirts, she pulls you a little bit further out until you can see that you're between the forest and this town. And she pulls out a small rod. And she says, "My apologies for not having shown you this sooner, but we will be leaving shortly, and, well, I thought this day would be the most meaningful. Days tend to have more meaning to, well, more than just the living, Morrigan." She has this somber expression across her face as she clicks the button on the edge of this rod, and the forest around you blinks. In a fraction of a second, you go from standing within a verdant green jungle, or near to one at the very least, to just standing atop a hill. Wind blowing across an endless expanse of green grass. And the hill you find yourself standing upon has hundreds of graves on it. Each one a carved wooden circle speared into the ground. A knot of wood with a slat across each of them with a name and a date of death. All of them with mostly the same date of death, with a light variation here and there. She turns and takes your hand and leads you forward to a pair of graves towards the very top. One labeled Morrigan Ansel Moraine, or Moraine. The other labeled Percival Himora Sedgwick. A mirthless chuckle escaping her as she reaches out and pulls up Morrigan's gravestone. Seems as though this one's not needed anymore. She passes it to you.
She has a very dead-eyed sort of look. She holds it's an illusion, right?
Nope.
Oh, we're just here.
This is a physical item that you are holding, and this is a physical place. Roll me an Arcana.
That's a 15.
What's your portents
Not my
for the day?
best. My portents I didn't roll portents for the day.
Well, go ahead and roll portents for the day. Would you like to use one of those?
It's not how portents works, but if you're giving me the option,
I'm giving you the option.
The 17 would make that like a 31.
Okay. You've heard of a magical artifact known as a Rod of Safety, where if you click a button on it, it takes you into a demi-plane for 24 hours, or unless you want to leave early. And in that demi-plane, it is just a place for you to be safe. So she has activated a Rod of Safety, and that is where you guys are in now.
So she's holding this stone.
It's not a stone.
Just-
It's a wooden. It's a wooden crafting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's woven.
Yeah. And she's looking down at it, just dead-eyed. This is your idea of a birthday gift.
Well, you and Percival both shared the same birthday. This isn't your gift. I
Like
just.
her nostrils flare.
I just wanted you to. I wanted you to see that I just wanted you to see that I keep them on me. Gone, but never forgotten. I went back to our ransacked home and gathered the ashes and remains of our people and placed them here, within this sanctuary.
She drops the loop, and her fingers kind of flex.
I wanted to share this with you. To give you some kind of peace of mind that I have given respect to our fallen people.
I never questioned your respect for how you felt or where you just because we reacted differently does not make our emotions or feelings towards what happened any less.
I know.
I'm gonna make a perception check. She's trying not to look, but through her peripheral, does she spot either her mother or father's headstones?
She does. They're both next to each other, on the same side as where your headstone was. It's hard for you not to spot it. Eloise stands there for a long moment before she begins to shudder and shift, growing in height and letting her halfling form drop. Her blue skin becoming a mottled coat of feathers, her face elongating into a beak, and lastly, her hands becoming taloned claws. She then pulls out a small guitar from a bag of holding on her person and looks at you. Would you care to share a tune with me for our sister?
I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, she lets out a long, pained sort of sigh. So she chooses not to shift as she settles on the ground. I can be persuaded.
I'd hope so. She begins to pluck on that guitar of hers. A a gentle melody filling the air.
I think Percy's the one singing and Eloise is playing the guitar. But it's very clearly not Percy's voice.
A song shared between sisters in remembrance of their third, who isn't here anymore. A somber tune, yet one that is somehow uplifting. It's almost as if the two of you can imagine her singing along with you guys. A young halfling woman, big broad witch's hat, mirthful green eyes, a pair of glasses similar to what Eloise wears now, a grin on her face that comes to memory, dredged from beneath murky depths of grief long held. But, like all things, the song does end, and the two of you are left sitting on that silent hill, the wind blowing, as Eloise wipes a few tears from her eyes.
Percy very clearly hasn't shed any.
She pockets the guitar again.
'Cause you
And
can just pocket a guitar.
I mean, it's in a bag of holding, just pocket it. And she shifts back to her normal form. Sorry I had to dump all this on you. Thanks for singing.
I wouldn't let her not be here in song.
Yeah, I know. She takes a deep, shuddering breath, and she just lets her emotions bleed out for a moment. Would you like to... Would you like to... Give me just a second. Anyway, so she just she breathes. Thanks again, Percival. Now, do you still like cake?
Her face scrunches up. What depends. Did you cook it?
Hey, I've gotten better.
Yet to be seen.
And the two of you go and eat cake, whether she cooks it or not. And
Percy has the cake. Doesn't outwardly complain, but makes a few faces in jest. But there clearly is a disconnect throughout most of it. At no point did Percy show much in the way of sorrow during the exchanges.
And that's fine. Eloise doesn't push anything. She eventually leads you back to the bar with her name. And she pulls out a small rod, similar to the one that she has. And she offers it to you. In case you
Her
ever
face
want.
scrunches. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
In case you ever wanted to visit. It's not a actual rod of safety, but it'll take you there for at least a minute. Hour at most.
She scrunches up her face as she accepts it. I hope you don't expect me to get you anything for your birthday. If this is what you are doing.
That's fine. I'll give you a much better gift later.
Oh, be still, my beating heart.
She nods. And the two of you leave. Part ways. And that is the end of that. As I go to one last person. It's someone that you guys may or may not have remembered.
Chad's gonna have a 10-hour session with himself now.
Deep in the jungles of Vitrium, another force reawakens. Around 2 weeks after you guys destroyed him, Ramier reforms. Sand recoalescing and shifting back from nothingness into a solid corporeal form. As he takes a deep breath. Well, it seems as if they just couldn't finish the job. But this is of no matter. He reaches out and he grasps at a thin line in the air. And he finds that he can't tug on it. Ah. So, Soifang has slipped my grip. Fine. I don't need her anymore. I have others I can call upon. And with that, he begins to walk and disappear into the jungles of Vitrium. We'll see just who has the last laugh. And with that, I will call that session over.
Fucking goddamn it! So pissed we didn't even think about finding his heart.
We did.
Alright.
It just wasn't
Yeah,
there.
we couldn't see it. Yeah.
Yep. And with that, I am going to have you guys go down the line and say goodbye to the people before I stop the recording. And we go into our post stream. So, Agathar, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye to the people. Actually, I have the mission for our group is.
Sorry, what? You broke up a lot.
Sorry. The group commission is done.
Oh,
Huzzah!
I'm waiting on an
Send
email
it.
for the high res. Yeah, I'm waiting on an email for the high res, but he showed me, essentially the end part of it, and I'm trying to open up Messenger, and it's just not fucking open.
no!
I got it. It's alright. Everything's good. Okay. It turned out really, really well.
All right.
See you as a Muppet.
Alright.
Let me send it to you, Shad, and then you can put it on the stream.
Yeah. Do it. Do it now.
I think this is it.
I think now that we saw Muppet Agathar, we need Muppet Hair Force Bun.
Right. That's part of the file. Let me open up my email. Maybe he sent it because he looked at the. But yeah,
Alright,
we have the canonical. We have a Hair Force 1 art now
Alright.
that I think would be a great sub as Vitrium.
Alright, and do you have the name of the artist?
Yes. You can find this individual.
Oh dear god, you are breaking up horribly.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you are.
What is going on?
Might be on my end.
The image is
think it's-
so awesome, it's killing your bandwidth.
I guess something's killing my bandwidth. I don't know. It's just stuff on this computer has just been killing my bandwidth lately. Okay. Jerome Thompson. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Alright.
Jerome
In the
Thompson
chat
on
Twitch.
Facebook. On Twitch.
Alright then.
Look him up on Facebook. That's where they also sort of post some of their things. I don't know. I don't fully know if this is the artist themselves or they work. I think they work with another artist, so I think it's a two-person thing. I'm not 100% sure, but they knocked it out of the park with this group.
Yes, they did.
It's really good. And I feel a little bad because I had a lot of like tweaks and stuff, but it worked out. It honestly made it made a huge difference. So yeah. So bust that shit out on Roll20 whenever possible.
I am
then
busting
I'll put it
out right now.
Bust. Let me check my phone Gmail. It might be faster.
Let me check this.
It gets a little weird. It gets a little quirky.
Alright. Now, hopefully, things will... There we go! Boom! We have the crew.
There it is.
We have
the crew.
We have Hair Force Bun. Let's go. Yeah, awesome. And artist Jerome Thompson.
I think
Yeah,
Jerome Thompson.
I will have him link it in the description below. Along with my lovely little baby, Angel Cake, who did the art of Garmenthi Felu. The undead critter. Don't worry about her too much. She'll be fine, probably.
We know a lot of undead critters. What are you talking about?
Hey, Avatar looks so much better in this version.
Right? He was an
He's no
actual
longer
lizard.
a Muppet. And
Yeah,
keep,
he's no longer a Muppet.
yeah, and
Look how grumpy my girl looks.
And keep in mind that if you want to see the original iterations of this art piece with Muppet Aggie included, you'll have to
Like the
join the
Discord.
server. Yeah,
You have to join the Discord
Yeah,
server.
you gotta join the Discord server. That'll also be linked down below. But till then, let me get the sign off for everyone else, and then we will go into the post stream. Percival, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, people.
All right. Rensois, say bye to people.
Goodbye.
Soren, say goodbye to the people.
Have a good one, everybody.
And Valen, say goodbye to the people.
See you later, folks.
Alrighty then. Goodbye, everyone. And remember to like, subscribe, follow on Twitch, follow on YouTube, hit the Discord, and say what's up to us as people. And we'll see you next week on Rains of Vitrium. Goodbye.
Bye.